All right, with a call to order this meeting of the Hartford Health Board on Tuesday, February 4th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. Our first order in here is public comment. This would be comment to us in our capacity as the Health Board. I don't see anyone in the room, anyone online.
There are people in line. I do not see any hands raised.
Okay, so we will just hop right into it. We'll turn over to Brett Mayfield, the Town Health Officer. And Brett, we'll let you take it away.
So I brought forward to you a health order. This health order is based on a unit here in town that is become hazardous to the occupant and to the public. It's a public building with other occupants. The health order is stating that the unit needs to be stabilized, clean, that pests and bacterium need to be eradicated. The tenant would stay in the unit during parts of this, is eligible for a voucher when needed. The floors would probably have to be removed in the unit and things like that. So if there was a time period, we are working with other agencies, other town personnel are working with myself and other agencies to assist in this process. The order is served on the unit, and when and both parties, tenant and landlord, are named and will be served this health order when it's completed. So we can't tell them how to abide by those things, only that they need to have the unit in a non-hazardous condition to have the order removed. And there is no, I did put in there that it should start with, immediately, but that we had there's no time limit, to end on this. So in the condition of the unit, it could take months. So, and if you have any general questions.
Questions for Brett on this?
Okay. Forgive me if it was in the documents, but at whose expense?
So we can't, I am serving both the landlord and tenant. I will tell you the law is that both tenants and landlord are expected to maintain their units. In the bottom line, the landlord owns the unit, and it is, I don't want to say their expense, but they are responsible for that unit. We have outside sources that are willing to assist in this right now to help with that burden. So I guess without, again, I have to stay in the middle. I am not telling either party who's going to do it. They'll work together to come to the get that unit cleaned up. So,
Manny?
Obviously, from the looks of this, what you presented, there's a mental health component with this, and I'm curious if this person receives this order and this tenant and the landlord take care of this structure, what's to prevent it falling into disarray in the future, with the fact of the current current tenant that's there. I'm just concerned that unless you address the underlying problem, you're not solving the issue by just forcing a standard upon them. How are they getting help?
So by law, I can't make any of those judgments. That's whether or not I have the expertise or not. That's not health officer's job. What I can say is that we have multiple social organizations and medical organizations that are involved right now because of this situation. So my bringing this forward has brought people together to look at, the bigger picture. That's not something I have any authority over, but it is something that we care about. All the departments here, whether it be the health officer department, the fire department, the police department, or whatever, our town nurse, many of these people are involved, have been involved, and then there's outside resources that are actually now involved. So I without stepping over any lines, I'm trying to answer your questions.
I'm just concerned because I remember the old adage, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. And if we lead this person to the road of getting this taken care of and cleaned up, how do we solve the underlying problem? And I don't want to see us burden anyone within the town without supplying support for the underlying issues that are at hand. That's the thing that really concerns me is with this. I'm not opposed to the health order. I just don't believe that it's solving the issue that's truly present here.
Other comments or questions for that? Mary?
I think Ida had her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just was curious, how were you first made aware of this situation?
I was in this particular one, it was sort of a couple, but it came through my first knowledge came through the fire department.
Interesting. So not. Okay. I'm
Yeah.
just curious if other tenants had, like, yeah.
It almost simultaneously also involved another tenant. But I think it was the fire department that probably got people thinking maybe that help could be around the corner or something. So that
You know,
might have been.
I just don't know.
So this
my own
unit,
curiosity, but
the
how- yeah.
unit obviously had been in this condition for years. Yeah.
And the fire department was aware of that because.
They were called there on a call.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Mary?
You said, Brett, that there's not a time limit on this?
Well, it's a working time limit as long as progress is being made, is how the legal system looks at this, as long as they're doing their diligence to move this forward. The reason there's no ending time limit is until it begins, who knows where will.
And is there an afterwards, a kind of look over by the, health department, health officer? You may not be the one at that point, but does someone like sign off and say, yes, they've accomplished what they're supposed to? Is there,
Yes.
fire
So
department goes back?
there will be in the beginning, there will be inspections,
Okay.
and then maybe it's bi-monthly, or twice a month or monthly, depending on what work is being done. And so there'll be constant in these situations, whether we bring in health order or not. And this case started, as you can see, 6 months ago.
Okay.
So we've done a lot of due diligence. It unfortunately, that's rare,
process.
but it does happen that
Yeah.
we had to bring it to this.
Thank you.
If we order this, who actually removes it? Does that have to come before us? to
The
be
health
removed as well?
officer. No, just the
Okay.
health officer.
We can issue it, but you can remove it.
Right. Soon as when it is safe, deemed safe by myself, and I want to make clear, the health officer works with the fire marshal. So any any violations would have to be cleared to have the whole area order. But that doesn't mean that, you know, again, progress, it may take a while, but until all parties are concerned, would say, yeah, it's good, then that's how we would look at it. Yeah.
Brendan?
Yes, thank you. I'm just curious, you mentioned that they might qualify for some kind of voucher. Were you referring to other housing, like while this is happening? Or?
Yeah, yes. Whenever there's now with an inspection or a health order, whether it be emergency or a standard health order like this, the state economic services has a category for people that are renting that would have to leave their unit because of work or something like that. And this one wouldn't necessarily be, you know, in one sequence. It could be, you know, down the line, we need to get in and, you know, put in new carpet, we need to paint, whatever it might be. Then that would still, that as long as this order's on there, that voucher would be available for them. I don't want to mention the other agencies. I mean, it's not my duty, but there are agencies that are already overseeing and looking at this that work with these vouchers. I could say there are federal agencies involved. So,
Other questions for Brett? Okay, the next space is for rebuttal remarks. I don't know if there's anyone here or online who has any rebuttal they'd like to provide.
Yeah, a couple quick comments. I mean, to elaborate on both what Lanny and Brandon said, because I have said some select.
Can you go to the microphone, Peter, and introduce yourself?
Forgot about
Okay.
that.
I don't think this is strictly speaking rebuttal either.
I just don't want to put anyone's ears out. Pete Zandron, don't miss me across from the VA. I mean, to elaborate on what Lanny and Brandon said, I mean, Lanny, you made a good point there about the mental health thing, because in some cases, the treatment might be worse than the problem itself. And with recent issues that's been going up at Dartmouth, which I brought to the attention of the town of Hanover, I mean, the UVM system itself is a joke, and already you got independent services like Gifford already facing strain.
Peter, do you have any comments why we shouldn't go ahead with the health order? That's what this
Just
portion
giving,
is for.
just to elaborate, and what Brandon, I was about to get what Brandon said about the voucher. The state is already, and the town is already strained as it is. If this person were to be moved ahead, I mean, these are, I'm bringing some considerations, Mike. Because like I said, Lanny made a good point, and that's why I wanted to elaborate. And to what Brandon said. I mean, we've got a few live ones in town as it is, people who are getting vouchers. We've got people on the street in the region because there are vouchers, but no rooms available. So please consider that, the health and the availability if you do go forward.
Thanks very much. All right, so our next item, I suppose, is if we want to issue this health order, and it certainly seems from the information Brett's provided, I would certainly vote for it, given it does look to be a health hazard and also a fire safety issue. If anyone wants to make a motion, it would be to issue the health order.
I move that the select board issue a health order. Do I need
well, just,
address or
it should be
something?
the health board, because I'm on your board and I'm not a select person. So
Okay,
we're doing this as the health board. So
okay, so then I'll amend that to say, I move that the board issue a health order.
And that's all the detail we need?
I would say maybe the health order proposed by the health officer.
yeah, and you might just state the date and whatever, so that, yeah.
You have to restate it.
I would restate it.
Okay, I move that the board issue a health order as brought to us by Brett Mayfield, the town health officer, on, today is February 4th, 2025.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Any seconds? Any discussion?
Just, thank you. I'm just curious as to whether Mr. Mayfield has heard anything as to the availability of housing, for this particular person.
The main agency working with her is working on the housing, the federal agency that's working with this tenant is working on the housing.
Do you have rough confidence that it will happen?
Well, there's a couple of, I mean, I don't want to, we're talking about very temporary housing on the order here. What that agency and that tenant do in the long run has nothing to do with us, but it is, they have a whole department, this particular agency, that works nothing but housing for the people they support.
Just one more. Are both the landlord and the tenant seeming cooperative, like in the recognition of
At
this
this
process?
stage, yes, they are at this stage, yes.
Great.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call the vote. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? All right. So we have issued the health order. Now we'll take a motion to adjourn the health board meeting.
So moved?
We have a second?
A second.
Second from Brandon, motion by Kim. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, and we are adjourned until 6 o'clock when we will reconvene as the select board.
Mike White to sign it.
Yes. You can sign it.
our first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Would anyone like to join that? Lead us?
Sure.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, we don't have any liquor control board business. We don't have any cannabis control board business. Order of agenda looks good agenda to me. So we'll go to public comment. We'll start with people in the room and then hear from people who are on Zoom. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please introduce yourself. Tell us your name and town or village of residence. Public comment, if there are items on the agenda that we're going to discuss and you might have a public comment about, particularly, I know people might be here to talk about the welcoming Hartford ordinance, please wait till we get to that segment before you comment. Otherwise, public comment is up for anything that is not on the current agenda. I see Kathy's come up. Kathy, go ahead.
Hi, and I'm happy to see you.
Thank you.
Kathy Melisick, Wilder, Vermont. I had a longer thing to talk about today that's not on the agenda, but given how full the room is, I will save it. But I would encourage the select board and town officers to look up the history of 99 Depot Street and the succession of flipping owners. I don't mean flipping like F-bomb. I mean like they've been flipping the house.
Okay.
Sorry. And I will speak more to that, but it is a property, is a multifamily property, one of many that's now empty and has been empty in Wilder for some time. And now this one's been empty for 10 years. And with the housing crisis going on and the effects of non-owner occupied Airbnbs and all of that, this is a primo neighborhood that we've been trying to encourage people to move to, near schools, near public transit, on town water and sewer, densely settled neighborhood. And I'll speak more in detail to that the next time, but thank you for your attention.
What's the address again?
99 Depot Street.
Thank you.
Just follow the line of junked cars
Oh.
and utility meters that have been ripped off.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. Any other comment in the room? Anyone online?
See, there are no, oh, here comes a hand. Okay. Go ahead, Omega.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, hi, my name's Omega Hanel. I live in White River Junction. And my comment is regarding the fair and impartial policing policy that was adopted in September.
We're asking people to bring that up during the agenda when we hear from the police chief.
Oh, sorry. Okay,
Is
thanks.
it possible for you to just hold on your comments until we get to that point?
Yes.
Okay, thanks very much. Any other hands on Zoom?
No other hands up at the moment.
Okay, we will end public comment and go to select board comments and announcements. Kim, anything?
Thanks to everyone for being here. I would just say, if there's anyone who is in the room that hasn't signed in on the sheet at the desk by the door, please do so. Welcome, and be sure to vote on voting day, March 4th at 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. at the Hartford High School gym.
Kim, Brandon, any comments?
Yes, well, echo Kim to say thank you for coming. It's not always we have a full room of folks who are interested in town government. And you'll also see me looking at my phone quite a lot tonight. It's because I forgot my laptop computer. So I'm basically checking the agenda and the packet and things. Wanted to mention I'm very interested in hearing everyone's perspectives, including town staff and board members on the fair and impartial policing policy, which has bearing on the welcoming Hartford ordinance, which voters passed a few years ago. Thank you.
Mary?
No, nothing, thank you.
Any comment?
Just to say briefly, I mean, echoing Kim about the upcoming election, anyone who's listening is probably aware that we have seats up for re-election on the select board and that candidates have been announced to the public. So I encourage you to think about your vote and get to know the candidates. And I'm really excited to have a strong list of folks on the ballot, and really grateful for those who have volunteered to put themselves out there and run for the select board. So thank you to the candidates, and thank you to voters for doing your research and getting to know them.
Thank you, Lynn. Any select board comment?
Yeah, a couple. Like first, shout out to our Public Works Department. Had a couple of snowstorms here pop up and they've done a great job taking care of the roads. I appreciate the efforts. I know it's not easy getting up at 2 o'clock in the morning, getting out there and cleaning the roads off, but it's appreciated. Also, shout out for our fire department, structure fire, dealing with that on Valley View Road. It's not easy getting out in the middle of the night or staying up all night. I used to do it, tending a fire, so appreciation for you folks as well. Also, I have given a lot of thought to the local option sales tax. And I am withdrawing my support publicly for the 1% local option sales tax, primarily because I don't believe that we are doing an adequate job of representing it correctly. We brought this about, and this is just my opinion as a member of this board that voted for it before and withdrawing my vote on that. We brought this out rather hastily, and I don't think that we took the time to consider the ramifications. I've thought about this a lot. I also believe that we're not representing it correctly on the town's website. And considering how much it's going to save people versus the cost to some individuals in the town, I'm not sure it's the right way to go right now. I'm also greatly considering what our town budget is. When I hear about everything coming down from our federal government, knowing that that's not within our control, I get very nervous considering the tax rate that we're going to have next year. I'm very, very leery about the tax rate that's been set. I wish we could go back and look at that again, but it's beyond that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lanny. My only comment is congratulations to Wolf Tree, which received a James Beard Award nomination for Outstanding Bar nationwide. So well done, Wolf Tree. All right. Okay, so that will come to the end of select board comments. So we'll get to appointments. First item is one that was tabled from 2 weeks ago. This is the reappointment of Bruce Riddle to Hartford's Planning Commission for a 3-year term. I know Bruce is here. Generally, you don't have to show up for a reappointment. Bruce, if you have anything you'd like to say to us, you can. Otherwise, select board, I'll have questions or comments or a motion. Okay.
I have a question for Bruce. One of the main functions, Bruce, that I perceive as a role of the planning board is to bring structures in the town of Hartford that will increase our grand list. As of late, our grand list is less than 1%, and our growth in taxes is considerably higher. We need more planning and growth in the town of Hartford for taxable property, whereas we seem to be a magnet for nonprofits to come to Hartford, which don't have to pay taxes. What do you see as the role of the Planning Commission in trying to bring more properties into the town to achieve our grand list value, to increase our grand list value? Because I don't see it happening, and I just want to know what your comments are towards that.
As I said in my renewal application, or implied, there's nothing the PC can do to build a single stick of new housing or get a new business to come. All the Planning Commission can do is write good rules. The current feeling among most legislators is that if we change the rules, which the legislature has done for housing quite substantially, that will get us more housing. But as we've seen in this town, we've changed the rules quite a bit and we're not getting more housing. I think we've approved in the last year almost 300 units of new housing, which will come online. Some of it will not come online for over a decade because it's just how long it takes to build this stuff. But all we can do is write rules. there's a lot of things I would like to see the planning commission to do to address a bunch of development issues. But we're constrained by staff time. We're short staffed. And John Reed and I met with the town manager last fall, and we discussed a bunch of things that we think we need to do to develop more data, to develop more housing. John was very attentive, and I think that's some of the stuff that's being worked on, but it's going to take a long time and a lot of capital. In the governor's budget proposal, one of the things he talked about for more housing is putting in more water and sewer lines. And as we know in this town, they're very expensive. And it's just unbelievably expensive. And there are places in town where we have water and sewer, but they're too small to support additional housing. And until we find resources to address those issues, we're kind of stuck in a spot. So all the planning commission can do is staff work and rules and regs and go forward, and we hope for the better. I could talk about this all night because the private housing market and the private industrial market has collapsed. And across the country, everybody's having to scramble. Across the world, they're trying to scramble how to do this, and trying to figure out a way to do it. In the fall, I visited Seoul, South Korea, and the #1 issue in Seoul, South Korea is housing. So it doesn't matter where you go, housing is the issue.
Any questions, Bruce?
Thank you.
I'll take a motion. All right,
Sure. I move that the select board reappoint Bruce Riddle to Hartford's Planning Commission for a 3-year term beginning February 4th, 2025 and ending February 3rd, 2028.
okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Kim. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you, Bruce, for coming in.
Thank you for your service. Yes.
Next items, considering the appointment of Erin Wetherell to the Hartford Parks and Rec Commission. Is Erin here? Oh, hi, Erin. If you could just come up and just introduce yourself and maybe just tell us a little bit about why you're interested in being on the Parks and Rec Commission.
Sure. Thanks for having me. Like you said, my name is Erin Wetherell. I moved to Wilder 5 months ago, but I grew up in the Upper Valley and moved back about 10 years ago, but recently to Wilder. And I have volunteered a lot locally for lots of different nonprofits and organizations, but I am dipping my toe into being more civically engaged. I am pretty familiar with all the Parks and Rec programs and activities and offerings, and I think activity is the best way to make connection, and we need that in this world. We need more of that. And as I was driving here, I was reflecting that when I first moved back to the Upper Valley, the way that I made friends and connection was actually through a Parks and Rec program. So I think it really provides such an important support to the community, and low cost, easy to access. So yeah.
Any questions for Erin? Lanny?
Yeah, great to have you apply for this. Great candidate for this. Let me just ask you, what is one thing that stands out to you as being great within Parks and Rec, and one thing you think could be improved within Parks and Rec?
Sure. My favorite Parks and Rec event is Trunk or Treat. By far and away. I grew up somewhere that we didn't get trick-or-treaters, and so I love that event. It's really fun, and really I think there's a huge turnout. It's obviously very, very popular. I think one of the things that I'm always curious about is how the connection between when someone sees something and the action they take to actually participate. What does that take? And I think oftentimes it's knowing someone and having a buddy or someone you can kind of connect with. And so an idea I had to kind of increase participation among young-ish people is maybe an opportunity to like bring a friend and try it out, like try out an activity potentially. Because I think it provides so much support, both to Hartford residents, but beyond that too. I did pickleball, a session of pickleball at the White River School. And a lot of people were not from like the Hartford area. I mean, there definitely were, but they were beyond that too. And I think it's because people just need connection and they're trying to find that in lots of different ways.
Wonderful. Dan?
Yep, I'll make a motion unless anybody's got any other questions.
Any other questions for Erin? I like your idea, Erin. I've always been pushing a 5 Village Olympiad. We'll see if that ever happens.
So
Lanny, go ahead.
So I make a motion, we appoint Erin Wetherell to the Hartford Parks and Recreation Commission for a 3-year term beginning February 4th, 2025 and ending February 3rd, 2028.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Ida. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? All right, thanks very much, Erin.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so we will turn it over to John Haverstock for the town manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome back
Thank
in person. The candidates petition deadline of January 27th is now passed, so we now know who the declared candidates are for town meeting. Just to echo what Ida has told us. On Monday, February 24th at 7, there will be a budget and candidates night, which is traditional and which takes place at the high school auditorium. So you can learn more about the budget proposal and the candidates that night. On Saturday, March 1st at 10 a.m., the town and school district meeting will take place at the high school's gymnasium. By the way, town offices will be closed Monday, February 17th in observance of President's Day. A few more highlights, if I could, on the SIG acts provided from other department heads. A reminder from the town clerk to Hartford's dog owners. Per state statute, all dogs 6 months or older must be licensed annually by April 1st. So talk to the town clerk if you haven't done so with regard to your pooch. The communications and media specialist points out that he's begun collecting analytics on the town's website. This will be helpful in determining where best to dedicate time and resources. It should also help inform decisions to improve the user experience. He's also been working on updating web pages for the departments to enhance that same user experience. Dana Clausen, our environmental sustainability coordinator, points out that the Hartford Energy Commission is announcing the Trailblazers event is returning to Hartford. This is a 7-week construction training for women. No cost to attendees. Classes will be held in the evenings and on Saturdays from July 21st to September 4th. Find out more information on the town's website. Members of the Climate Action Steering Committee are working with Sustainable Lebanon and the Rotary Club of Lebanon to hold a styrofoam recycling event on April 12th from 9 to 11. It'll take place at the Hanover Street School parking lot at 193 Hanover Street in Lebanon. Hartford residents are encouraged to bring their styrofoam for recycling. The solid waste folks let us know that they're anticipating delivery of the used front-end loader that has been approved the week of February 3rd. So that's this week. Parks and Rec reports that the Chamber of Commerce recognized Hartford Parks and Rec as their Chamber Partner of the Year at the annual meeting of the Hartford Area Chamber of Commerce. Staff from the Parks and Rec Department attended, which was held at the Montshire Museum. I happened to be there and reacted with great pride at Scott and his team's great accomplishment in that regard. The planning department have pointed out that the hardware has shipped for parking meters, working with the police department and vendor on software components, installation programmed for spring/summer. I do want to mention that the fire chief has let us know that the town's community nurse has, of course, begun work and collecting referrals for her services. They have started to generate statistics about what sorts of people are reaching out to the community nurse, what kind of encounters the community nurse has had, what sort of interventions have been requested, and that the Red Cap system will allow the community nurse to generate statistical information of use to the select board and the fire department and others to explain what it is she's been doing out there in the community. So the initial phase of program development is complete. The community nurse website is now live with an encrypted referral form and a list of outreach events. The next phase of outreach targets community education to help spread awareness to the town at large. You are encouraged to attend one of these events because it will provide a good overview on how this model of care works. The nurse will host open clinic hours at the Bugby Senior Center every Friday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And this is also explained on the website. Staff and volunteers at the Bugby, J.D. Hawks, Dylan Walsh, Scott Cooney, Michelle Wheatley, and Jack Hedges have been integral in helping set up the infrastructure. So thank you for that.
Questions for John? Ida and Lee?
Can I mention one more thing,
Oh,
Mr.
yeah.
Chair? It's simply that the fire department wants to welcome 2 new full-time firefighters to their organization. Nick Alden and Matt McCabe were hired as part-time employees to attend the Vermont Fire Academy. Both have completed their initial training and began their recruit training on January 13th. They moved to their assigned shift this week and began their probationary training. The project manager for Station 2's project of expansion and update has advised that the foundation footings have been completed and a framing will begin soon. The new ambulance that was ordered back in 2022 is nearing completion. We expect delivery this month. This replaces a 2016 ambulance. Thank you.
Ida?
Yeah, my one thought, thanks for the update on to the fire department about the community nurse. I was wondering if it would make sense to have her do a brief write-up in future significant activities report, or should that go under fire department? Let you decide, but I think it'd be great if she could contribute, a couple sentences like the other
Chief
departments.
Cooney is nodding approvingly.
Yeah.
And I know there is a plan to have her come and be formally introduced to the members of the select board. So stay tuned for
Yeah.
that as well.
Okay,
Very good.
great, so there could be a section, because I know like when JD joined, we added a section of the SIGAX
Yes.
for his role, so I think it'd be great if she was up for that.
Good.
Yeah, John covered it.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, no, I just wanted to know what the status of Station 2 was.
great. Other questions for John? Kim?
Just one that reminded me with the meter hardware being delivered what's the status of the ordinance for parking?
That's a question for Lori Hirschfield. She might be online. I know she's going to present later remotely. She's a little under the weather. I wonder if she's there now. She could probably answer that question.
She is there. I'm gonna promote her to panelist now. So
Okay.
I don't need that answer at this moment. Anyway, I'm sure it's in the works.
Okay, or when we have her later, we could probably squeeze in that question.
All right. Brandon?
Yes, I'm just curious about the community nurse and her work, specifically whether she has kind of the funding she needs, not personally like a paycheck, but for whatever remedies she would recommend, or
Well,
whether, basically like whenever she comes up to loggerheads with like, oh, how am I going to provide this?
Mhm.
Like whether she has the resources or whether she ever has any questions as to how to get the resources. And
The community nurse will not be providing medical care. Her job will be primarily to identify people who are in need of assistance and planning and coping mechanisms to allow, to a great extent, seniors to age gracefully in place, navigate the healthcare system, perhaps attending visits with them or helping them develop plans so that they are more self-reliant and perhaps less likely to need call outs from ambulance and fire department for routine or non-emergent matters. So that has been an issue that has been identified as an area where we could both service that community, but also take some of the burden off of the emergency providers. But my understanding is that primarily she will be in a support role. For example, she might be called by an elderly couple to assess their house for accessibility, maybe recommending ways to deal with ramps and handles that might make their home more safe and secure. Or to, on occasion, providing informational sessions for the community, things of topical nature, things that might arise in the future where she feels that there's some education to be had. Is there anything else you'd want to add to that, Chief?
Your question on support, was that about financial support in performing her functions or assisting the public with functions? How do you differ between those? Well, I mean, to do some of her role, some of the outreach in the office, those kind of supplies and that type of equipment and the materials she's needed to do her clinic time and stuff like that has all come from the fire department budget to support that. If you're talking about like the town manager just spoke of, installing ramps on somebody's home and those kind of things, we've had discussions. The communities have a support network of volunteers to kind of support those kind of needs where financing on the homeowner might be difficult. So originally on the onset of the community nurse project, there was a Friends of the Hartford Community Nurse pop-up group that kind of came together. And our hope is to re-engage with that group to make them part of that volunteer kind of support network. So that's kind of where we're heading. And when you say her clinic hours, you mean just the supplies she would need are equivalent to like an EMT kind of thing? Some basic first aid kit, just in case there's emergency present, but a blood pressure cuff for blood pressure screening, a scale, some other measurement tools and things like that for clinical care.
Okay, anything else for John? Okay, we'll move on. Our next item is an update on the townwide property reevaluation.
Okay, we have a couple of wonderful speakers tonight. Our own Rick Vincent from the Assessor's Office and our friends at Tyler Technologies, our consultant doing the townwide reval in the person of John Vickery.
Great. I know you guys have a slide deck, I think, so that's going up. We'll let you get that set up. And then whenever you're ready, just feel free to start up.
Yeah, hopefully this will be quick. I can do a little song and dance while we're waiting.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Trying to get this so it's at the presentation. Oh,
Slideshow.
no, it's up there. I
Oh,
just trying
okay.
to move that banner on the
Oh,
left-hand side away. Slideshow. What's this one here? Let's move that over.
Yeah, I think you just start from the beginning.
I'll just start from the beginning. Good call. Hi, my name is John Vickery. I am the Senior Project Supervisor for this reappraisal that is being conducted by Tyler Technologies. We have a Vermont division. I'll switch over to the names here. So there's been a handful of people that have been involved in this project, and I want to put their names on this slide. Folks that have been out in the field doing inspections and other people that have been doing work behind the scenes, data entry. And then there's been a lot of analysis, and we're having fun. We're getting through this project, surprisingly. And
Why is that surprising?
well, there's always things that pop up that you don't expect in every project, and that's for sure. Hartford actually has been a little bit of a blessing, I would say. There's 2 other projects that we work on that I have right now, and there's other issues with those, but I won't get into that.
John,
So
can you just go click on slideshow up the top and start from the
click
beginning?
down the slideshow at the top.
Yeah, go up to
Click
slideshow,
on-
then start from beginning.
in the upper
Upper
left.
left-hand
it says
side.
from
It
beginning.
says from beginning.
Oh, from beginning. Great.
Yeah.
See, that's what I need.
There you go.
Yep.
We're Tyler Technologies and we should know this stuff.
This helps to take away all the other ancillary stuff.
If you focus
Thank
more
you.
on assessment than this, I'm really happy.
I will. So I'll get into it real quick, but what I want to do is give a brief overview, talk about where we're at, and then also where we're heading. And I think that's what folks want to know. Later on, I'm going to show some examples of some houses, prior value to current values and so forth. but we'll get into that. I'm assuming I just
Space
hit
bar.
the arrow down,
Hit your space bar.
space bar. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Laney.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. So these are the folks that have been on this project. Oh, I guess this, what is a reassessment? That's one of the things on the agenda. The reassessment process and change notices and hearings, which are coming up in the near future. Date of value is April 1st, like all towns in Vermont for this Hartford reassessment. Equity, accuracy, and fairness is our goal. So why do we need reassessments? Values have changed inconsistently over the past 8 years. The last reappraisal was done as of April 1st, 2017. And those values would have been based on the 2016 sales, and actually maybe even some of the sales are earlier than that. So there's been great change that I will demonstrate as we move on. Over time, it's natural for assessments to become unequal from locational point of view, from price point of view, from property type point of view, and so forth. So our job is to correct those inequities. Of course, we're going to abide by the state law that had mandated this reappraisal, which is 32 VSA 4041 Vermont statutes annotated. Our goal is also to correct any missing data or data that is incorrect in homes through our review. This is people are a little anxious about what their value is going to be and how it's going to impact their taxes. It's to discover hidden improvements. Are they going to pay more in taxes? Government will spend more, not you guys. And the shifting in the tax base, there's usually some shifting that goes on, and that's the purpose of a reappraisal, is to appraise properties at what they would sell for. That's the equalness of it. And there's inevitably some shifting that occurs. But I want to dispel some of these fears. So pay taxes based on equitable established values. Collecting hidden improvements provides foundation for fairness. Let's make sure that what we're collecting is consistent and that we are collecting things that affect value only. Any shifts that may occur in assessments by class promotes greater fairness. In other words, if condominiums appreciate at a certain percentage and houses in Wild are at another percentage, we are calibrating and analyzing that and adjusting our valuation tables inside the system that hopefully results in fair values for wherever you live or whatever type of house you live in. No casual evidence that government spends more money after a reassessment. As you know, there is this concept called revenue neutrality. And I probably want to explain that. We are going to have a great increase in our grand list because values have increased over the past 8 years significantly. But the tax rate will drop significantly as well, proportionally, actually. And if there is a slight budget increase, well, that'll be a little bit different. But the tax rate is supposed to be proportional reduction to the increase in the overall grand list. Here's our goal. Implement the new assessments as of April 1st. Using best professional practices, meet or exceed the uniform standards of professional practice. It's called USPAP. I like this one. The standards on mass appraisal, International Association of Assessing Officers, we call it the IAAO. They have equity standards that we strive for and we abide by. These are the standards that are used almost all around the world, but definitely in every country that appraises real estate for taxation. And certainly in the United States, they have standards. and they actually have a standards board that reassesses how they measure equity statistically. Target and optimize reappraisal methods and resources to focus on appraisal needs while addressing the uniqueness of the town of Hartford. And I'm thinking that the word communities, I could have put in Wilder, White River Junction, Hartford, Queechee, of course. Date of value is April 1st. And that'll be the date that we will set values at market. I guess the standard is to appraise between 90 and 100% of the market value on the date of value. Assessment level will also be at that same 90 to 100%.
Sorry, can I ask you? to
Sure.
explain one of those?
Don't tell me how to reverse though.
Oh, okay, well, I'll have it.
No, go
I just
ahead.
don't quite understand the point about market value must be between 90 and 100% of the median of all valid sales as of date of value. Can you just break that down?
Sure. I'm going to show a little more
Okay.
as we move along, but we're not supposed to appraise over market value, but to appraise between 90 and 100% is acceptable. I'm actually targeting 99% because we're in a market that is slowing down, thank God, but is still appreciating. So I'll show some statistics as to where we are right now, and I'll also show some statistics as to where we were. But we're recalibrating all the values right now, and we're doing our review right now.
Yeah, I understand that part. It's just the median of all valid sales. What is the median of all what?
So
Of
if
one
you have a
home, or-
list of, say, 100 sales
For
of
one house?
single family homes, the median is the middle. It's a measure of average.
Yeah.
It's like mode and median.
Yeah,
and-
yeah, yeah. So all sales, okay. So you're talking about the whole town, the median of all sales in the whole town.
Yep.
And the 90, 100% is for an individual home. Maybe I'm just too. in the
So
weeds, but-
what you do is you take this properties that have sold and you measure. That's one of the measures is putting it at what's the average sale price, and your statistical analysis should demonstrate that median value of all the sales should equal what they sell for, the median sale price. The assessments in the sale prices should come together as they are coming together right now through our efforts. And so that's just a way of measuring the level of appraisal measure. It's called the measure of central tendency.
Okay.
I think you kind of got it, but as I go on, we'll keep explaining. And if anyone has any questions
we can come back
afterwards,
to it.
I will continue to. I'll happy to share. So we did data collection. We sent out data mailers starting in July, and we are still doing a little data collection now. We've conducted some analysis. Really, I think we started this in August. We did a basic, and now we're more into more detailed analysis right now in February. And then what is coming down the road is what we call informal hearings, which is if someone wants to understand how their value was derived, or has questions, or feels as though their value is not correct, there will be a process to meet with our team, and we will talk with them and discuss and review their particular property. And then we will weigh the information provided, and we will adjust the values if it's warranted. And we may not adjust the value if it's not warranted, of course. But there will be an opportunity after that to meet in front of the Board of Assessors a month and a half after that process.
John, can I interrupt you for a second,
Yes.
if I may?
Yeah.
So one of the big questions that I have had posed to me And you stated that data collection took place between July 2024 and January 2025. What did you use for tools for your data collection on your valuation of properties? Because not every property in town received a visit. Not every property in town was walked around the building, through the building. So it's not a true 100% inspection of the town of Hartford. So can you explain what you use for a property valuation? So for those outside listening and for me, because I don't understand it.
Right. There's different levels and so forth on of reappraisals, and a very robust reappraisal would be trying to get into absolutely as many homes as you possibly can. And that's usually at a price that would be higher. What we have done is we have did an exterior on every single property from the road. We went into a bunch of properties as well. And then we've also used this newer modern technique of reviewing properties from aerial imaging, which has LiDAR, and you can check the measurements from the images that are created. So there's different techniques of data collection. And of course, every sale from the past 3 years has been reviewed extensively through MLS and so forth. So there's been efforts to focus in on properties that are.
So if you drive by my house,
yeah,
how can you tell whether I have a dirt floor or a hardwood floor?
Well,
We sent the data mailers out too, so.
yes. Oh, that's right. I forgot about the data mailers that went to everybody, and we received about 60% of them back, which was good. I'm assuming you probably don't have a dirt floor. In most cases, right? So we take the data that we already have, and that's why we sent out data mailers to verify that data. 60% response is pretty good, but there's 40% that didn't respond to those.
There's a lot of very high valued properties in the town of Hartford, and there's a lot of very high value properties currently being constructed in the town of Hartford that I really question the validity of the appraisal when all there is a drive-by or a flyover.
Yeah. If it's under construction, we stopped over to the house. I personally stopped over to several homes that were under construction. So we did, if it's under construction and it's a renovation, not only has the assessor's office visited the property, but we visited those as well. Our goal was a little more targeted than just a blanket knock on every door.
Okay, thank you.
And I will point out that there's a state role overseeing our appraisal, and they seem to be satisfied with our approach. But please continue.
Oh, this is USPAP is basically this is the definition of fair market value, most probable price which a property will bring in a competitive and open market. I'll move along on some of these simple. Buyers and sellers are typically motivated. Both parties are well informed and well advised, exposed to the market. Payment is made in terms of cash, of course, and the price represents normal considerations.
If I can add something in on the sales, we toss out any invalid sales. So only true arm's length transactions are analyzed. So if it's a family sale, probate, divorce situation, distress sale, we toss all those out of the analysis. So we're only looking at true market value transactions.
Yeah, I have a quick question. A reasonable time is allowed for exposure in the open market. As we know, in the markets in the recent past, up one day, gone. What is a reasonable time, and how do you evaluate according to that? Does anything change?
Right, you certainly see those that are on the market for a day I think that right now the average is like 12 to 14 days, and that's still pretty tight compared to in a more normal market, it's 2 to 3 months. I was looking at, in I think 2017, I was seeing properties that were from anywhere between 40 days and 80 days, really, by and large. So the market, we hope is slowing down. It seems like it is actually. But the days on the market is still really short.
Okay.
So here's where we started with data mailers, sales, building the sales review, building permits and data collection. And then we run some analysis on that information. What happens when you run the analysis on, you analyze the sales, what you do is you calibrate tables and then you apply them to the unsold properties. So that's the modeling part in pre-review. Now we're in valuation review. And then the final part of the pyramid is hearings and having property owners involved in reviewing their particular property, which I would encourage that everyone review their property. And certainly if they feel there's some inaccuracies, then sign up and have an appeal or a hearing. I should call it a hearing because they're informal hearings with our team. This right here is a letter that we sent out to everyone. This is the data mailer. This is from the state of Vermont. It's the most recent one based on before we've made these calibrations. One thing to pay attention to is this the common level of appraisal is at 55.96% of market. The Vermont Tax Department follows and monitors the progress of our reappraisal, and they are the sort of the guiding force to make sure that we're abiding by state statutes and so forth. The coefficient of dispersion is another measure of equity, the dispersion of things, and 23.38% is not acceptable. We're trying to get closer to 10%. We're going to less than half that with the results of our review and when we correct the inequities.
Can I interrupt with a quick one?
Sure.
Super minor, it's comes up
Yep.
all the time. Assessment and appraisal totally interchangeable or not?
Yeah, I apologize.
Okay.
In this case, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Assessment is what you are taxed on. Appraisal is really kind of the same thing. You receive an appraisal, which oftentimes it's the same as that, same value.
But often not.
Huh?
Like in a real estate transaction, it could, your property could be assessed at $300,000 and you could get an appraisal that was 390,000, or if it comes on under the assessment, you have, anyway, I guess we don't need to get into that now.
There'll be a little variation, and
Yeah.
that's why we want to have the public involved or property owners involved in their assessment and their review with the results, so we can learn a little more. And there will be more inspections from that process as well.
Just a note, I saw a couple people in the audience might have questions or comments. We'll take those after we go through the presentation.
Great. So right now, this is where we're at from the results of what we're doing. It's median level of appraisal to sale prices is 99%. And if you see the IAAO standards, it says 90 to 110. We don't want to do it over 100 for sure, because that goes against state law. The coefficient of dispersion, COD, that is the equity among the property type. And right now we're just under 10%, which is very acceptable as well. And then the other measure of equity is vertical equity, and that's the price-related differential. And that is showing that we're slightly just above one, which is great. You want to hit between 98 and 103. If you're outside those parameters, then it tells you maybe there's something wrong with your data. You've got to continue review of your property data and figure out where the issues are in your data set. Now, before we move on to some samples of some houses that have sold, if anybody in the room, if I come across your house, I apologize in advance. I just want to tell you that. Don't want to embarrass anybody, but here's a few examples of the increases that we're seeing. So in 2016, this house sold for 185,000. Yeah, and it was 16 days on the market. In 2024, it sold for 389,000 on 6 days on the market. And that's 110% increase. Here's a condominium. And this condominium has a 126% increase from 115,000 to 260,000. This is not uncommon. Here's another condominium in Candlelight Terrace. This property was on the market at 87,000 in 2016, and it more recently sold for 170,000. 95% increase. Residential value, this is a house that sold for 290, 68 days on the market, and then it sold for 580, 2 days on the market. Here's another house, and this we didn't have an earlier sale, but as an example, the April 1st, 2017 assessed value, and the new sale price is 770. That's an 86% increase in value. Here is another property that in 2017, it was assessed for $208,000, and it just recently sold for $360,000. A 72% increase. This is a house, a really nice house with some views. 2016, it sold for $500,000. And in 2024, it sold for 1.4 million. 1.4 million. And it was on the market for a while, 142 days, with 180% increase. That's in Quechee. Here is a condominium. And in 2016, it sold for 442,000. And it has recently sold for 770,500, a 74% increase. So I'm showing you the time period from the last reappraisal to now, and showing you basically what we're up against and what kind of changes we're going to be seeing, or everyone will actualize. Here's mobile homes. They've had huge increases. This is Tall Timbers, which is a really nice mobile home park. This sold for 35,000 and back in 2016, and now today it would sell for 110, as you can see in November of 2024 with the sold for. That's a very big increase. To show you some other market analysis, the median sale price in Quechee was 237,000, and now it's 582,000. And Quechee is a little diverse. It has the widest dispersion of values. You know, it has $1 million sales, and then it has some lower sales. But the medians are showing some significant increase. And what we wanted to do in this case is take the data from multiple listing services. So it's not even our own data, it's actually from an independent source. In Wilder, the median sale price was 214,000, and now it's 402,000. White River Junction, it was 182,000, now it's 420. I'll pause for a question.
Yeah,
Wayne?
so this is great to see this.
Yep.
But it's based on town-wide, not village-wide, where you've got it. Just make sure that it's understood that way. Your reappraisal is based on all the properties in the town of Hartford.
Oh, yeah.
Like I own a piece of property in Queechee, not in Queechee Lakes, which is the high value properties.
Yeah.
But it's considerably less than these properties you're listing here. I just don't want my property to be based on these properties sales out there, because it's definitely not at that type of value.
Yeah, we get more granular with our data. This is the purpose of this exercise is to say, really demonstrate in 2016, we're not in that market anymore. It's a very different market. Values are significantly more in general. And our job by the mandate of the state of Vermont is to appraise properties at what they would sell for. So we're going to be making some changes that are going to be significant. And we're not doing a equal indexing of all properties, because properties in different locations and different property types change over time by the market at different rates. And so we run a lot of analysis on those facts.
Yeah, thank you.
Did you not do any West Hartford on that previous?
No, we did not. It's I think that would be around what we have a few West Hartford. Did you not want me to?
Don't worry, Mike, you'll have to pay too.
I know.
All right. Well, so okay, now I'm looking at different property types. Single family homes in 2016, approximately 200,000, now 457,000. Condos, big increase, 134,000 in general to 342. And then mobile homes have had the biggest increase from 40,000 average to 120 now. What do I do if I want to appeal my assessment? We'll just skip right over this part. No, I'm kidding. So we'll have the data online. You'll be able to review it. We will send out correspondence letters that will have dates and how to file a review with a hearing officer and so forth. But what we're asking for is that you review your property, you review other properties, you make a judgment of your value. And then if you are satisfied, there's nothing more you need to do. If you're not satisfied, you would be able to request a hearing with one of our appraisers. And email documents before the hearing, that's a good suggestion. If there's evidence such as a recent appraisal or photos and that type of thing, that can be delivered to us and we can have it ready, and so that we can pull it up during the meeting. And if not, sometimes it comes in a little late. We get it later on and we do a review later on after the hearing.
I can add something here. Quite often the question we get is, well, what will my taxes be with this new assessment? And we don't know what the taxes will be. So we can't answer that question because there are still too many variables. So we can discuss the assessed value, but we can't tell you what the taxes will be.
Can I jump in this for a second or two? Rick had answered this question about, in addition to just the new property data being available online, a notice will be sent to every taxable property in the grand list. Is that correct? Like they'll get a piece of mail saying, here's your new assessment or where to go. And do you know when that will happen?
We're going to have informal hearings with Tyler appraisers before it goes to a more official review with Board of Assessors. And in March, we will be sending out letters saying, would you like to meet with Tyler Technologies appraisers? Please review your value. So that'll be a preliminary point where we feel like we have done a good job and we've recalibrated values. But is there more that we need to learn about the property? And if so, we want to make corrections through the process with property owners.
Okay,
And
that initial, like every property owner will get a piece of mail saying their current assessed value when?
I don't have a specific date, but it'll be in March.
It'll be in March.
Yep.
prior to the,
Yeah.
okay, it just seems like a super tight turnaround in my opinion. But
Huh.
that's fine. I mean, the
It
tight
just takes it-
turnaround from.
Yeah.
From taxable property owners receiving their new assessment to the timeline of when they can inquire and appeal and that kind of.
Yeah, look at it as one step in the process. And so there's an opportunity to meet with the Board of Assessors. If you don't have everything together, your review is not quite ready. I encourage meeting with the Tyler staff if you have things that need to be corrected. If there's like, well, I don't have 2 bathrooms, I have 3 bathrooms, or the reverse of that. We want to make those corrections, obviously. We want to know what renovations have occurred or need to occur, those types of questions. So that's where we're at, and we'll try to have everything posted online so that you can see your property as well as everybody else's.
So Brendan?
Yes, so may I ask about when your data collection stopped, or when will it stop if it hasn't yet?
Well, it probably won't stop until before we send all the data to the assessor, when it becomes the Board of Assessors point, because there's more data collection and more inspections that occur through the informal process.
I guess I should say, the data collection that informs the letters that you would send out. When does that data collection stop?
So the letters that we send out, here's your new value,
Yes.
and then
Yes.
you receive it, and then we learn more about the property, and then we make changes to those properties, or we say, let's do an inspection of this property, which is data collection, and gather that information, and then go back and make those corrections in the system, recalculate the property, and then after that, then we'll renotice the property of its new value. Does that answer your question?
No.
Well,
He was asking, at what point do you have the information you need to write the letters saying, here's your value?
Oh, well, the initial letter that it's going to be in March. I mean, we're going to work tirelessly to get this job done.
So there's some data collection still going on. Sorry, Joe.
Yeah, there
There's
is.
still some data collection going on. That'll continue. The vast majority has already been done.
right.
But they may be doing some in March, running out to look at a few properties before the letters go out.
Right.
So
Okay.
then once they have their preliminary value set, those letters that we discussed will go out. And then there could still be some data collection going on after that. So if somebody comes in and says, well, I don't think my garage is measured correctly, or I want you to come in and do an interior inspection, they'll go out and inspect the property again.
I only ask because, you said the vast majority has already been done. Let's say the vast majority was done by February 1st, just to throw a date out. But our charge, or the town's charge according to the state, is to value or predict the value as of April 1st, right? So we're making some sort of future prediction, our best guess based on this data as of February 1, what it will be 3 months later. I guess I'm just wondering what we do if the housing market changes drastically between February 1st and April 1st.
It's not likely. The real estate market doesn't change drastically like the stock market. Stock market changes drastically. It's very volatile. Real estate is very stable. Although if the trend has been going up, it's softening as we've seen. And there's still very few days on the market, which keeps that pressure on properties from drastically moving south, so to speak. So I wouldn't anticipate a drastic change. If there was, what do they call it, a black swan event, we probably would have to meet again and say, do we delay this for a year? That type of thing. I don't anticipate that at all.
Thank you.
I know you guys have like 2 slides left, so why don't we?
We're
finish
getting down-
those up and then we'll get to the questions.
Okay, yes. So I have the to be determined dates, the specific dates, but I want to let you know, March will be the time we'll send out those notices and we'll start scheduling in March and April. And hopefully by the end of March, we'll have everything sorted out. All the folks that wanted to meet with us will have met with us, and we will hand off the new valuations to the assessor's office.
You mean at the end of April?
Probably at the end of April, yeah. Sorry about that. And then after that comes the Board of Assessment Appeals, which is Rick's office, and we will still be around to assist in that because it'll still be busy and it'll be a big workload in May. Hearings are typically one-on-one with the phone. Discussing things. We want appraisals. We want purchase and sales agreements. If you have the closing statements, we like to have tax returns if it's a commercial property, leases if it's a rental commercial property. Post-hearing submissions are encouraged and welcome. So more information helps us find the correct value. And now we're ready for questions.
So my question is, if you don't mind, we've talked about residential prices considerably increasing. You're also looking at commercial property in town. And how do you see that market vis-a-vis the residential market? In other words, will residential prices probably be substantially more than the appreciation in commercial property?
Yeah. It's pretty typical for commercial properties to appreciate based on, if it's a rental property, based on the additional cash flow, and because it's the purchasers look at the revenues less the expenses and so forth. So those markets typically don't appreciate at quite the pace that, say, a single family home has, or a condominium or a mobile home. So it's a little more, a little bit less. The apartments there's been some significant increases in rental rates, but there's also been increases in expenses as well. So I think they won't appreciate as much as the single family homes. To say, to summarize it.
Questions for the board? Then if anyone wants to ask a question in the public, just please go up to the microphone and identify yourself.
And there's one so far.
Okay, and we got one person on Zoom, we'll get to them.
John, would you mind to stop sharing your screen so people on Zoom can see,
Oh, stop.
even though that's a super cute photo. Thank you.
Thank you for doing it.
Hi, Mary Kay Brown, White River Junction. 2 questions, one for the assessors and one perhaps for John. I guess, like Lanny said, my first question is, how do you get an accurate assessment if you don't go in every house? How do you find the hidden improvements that you're trying to find? And then the part 2 of my question is, so we last did this full assessment in 2017. I thought we used to have like a rolling cycle of like doing one village a year so that we never got this far out. And the fact that we're almost 10 years out, and this has messed up so many things in town. And Tim's favorite subject, the common level of appraisal on our school taxes. So how do you do this accurately if you don't go in every property? And then how do we get so behind?
As to your second question, Rick might be aware of some of the history about the way assessments were done in the past, although that might be before your time, Rick.
Yeah, that was before my time, but from what I understand, that was done years ago. The problem with doing that, I don't recommend doing that, because the problem is, if we're doing a section of town, let's say different village every year, you have up to a 5-year discrepancy between the villages.
Okay, well,
and
what about just a random fifth of the town every year.
No,
you know?
because you'll end up with the same thing. So you have value set as of, say, this year, 2025, and then another village in 2026, and another section of town in 2027. And in markets like we have now, where property values are increasing significantly, sharply, or dropping like we had years ago, dropping sharply, you can have inequities in the assessments. So you want to revalue everything in the same year. So they're all based on the same markets.
So do we have a plan to stay a little closer to where we should be going forward?
Yeah, there's a lot still up in the air. The state legislature is looking at changing a lot of the assessing practices and having a 6-year reassessment schedule. So we have to reassess every 6 years. That hasn't been finalized yet. But one thing I've done in the past in prior communities in New Hampshire, and what I might recommend here is that have a data collector or an appraiser, whatever the title might be, in-house. And that person would go out every year and look at a certain percentage, maybe 20% of the properties every year, and do an inspection of every property. And then in the 5th year or the 6th year, we update all of the values based on market values for that year.
Okay. So to be determined.
Yep.
So if you don't go in every house, how do you find
Thank you.
hidden improvements?
Thank you. Well, we hope that this is a lot of this is based on honesty. When you send out data mailers, you hope that people actually respond with better data to you. So it is difficult when you're only getting into a small percentage of all the properties. In most cases, most companies are only getting into about 25 to 30% of the properties. So I recommend having a robust assessing office that is keeping up with permitted properties, and they're doing reviews of the entire town every year and keeping up with that stuff, so that when the reappraisal company comes in, there's been a certain percentage of the properties that were recently looked at. And then the reappraisal team can do their best job of trying to get into houses that are probably have had significant changes. But it's very, a lot of people these days, compared to when I started this business 30 years ago, we were getting into 80% of the homes back then because communities trusted people more. And now people don't let you in the door. And so it is more difficult. Our jobs are more difficult, but we will do the best job that we can. And I think it comes down to people helping us out and telling us and being honest with what they have.
I think I just thought of the solution. Everybody that didn't return their postcard, they get a letter that says their property's been addressed at $2.5 million. And then you'll hear from them and they'll be like, I want you to come to my house.
That'll get their attention for sure.
One other thing is any open building permits that we have, we go out and look at those too. So we do catch a lot of the changes through the building permit process.
Yeah, good evening. Tim Ferriero, White River Junction, Vermont. Thank you for all your hard work. And as you know, I've been banging on this one for a while. Honestly, I don't think we'd be banging on it at all if it wasn't for the education side, because at the end of the day, if your CLA is what it is, and ours is one of the worst in the state, it wouldn't matter if the education program that we have now, which in my humble opinion is a disaster, wasn't in place. You could probably do some math pretty quickly that if Hartford had indeed kept up with its common level appraisal, which is a rare thing in Vermont, I understand, there would literally be millions and millions of dollars that would have remained in Hartford. And I think, again, with Governor Scott's suggestions and perhaps some reformatting, we'll be in a better place in a couple of years around education in Vermont. My question to you guys is a little bit around the commercial side of real estate, because I'm very concerned that my general sense of the landscape is that the commercial market has not improved or changed that much. And the residential side, as we've seen, has changed dramatically. So we're going to be faced with a situation where the burden of the carrying the load, if you will, of the school in the town will be driven much further or heavier into the residential realm, which is all of us. I'm not saying that businesses aren't all of us, because they are. So I just wanted a little more perspective on that in the business sector, because you had indicated that the rental markets weren't going to change that much, but I find that perplexing, because at the end of the day, if you're running a rental market property and rents have gone from, when I used to manage properties in downtown White River, my rents were $650 a month. The same apartment now is $1,800. So whoever owns that property is making money. So it's a business. So I don't understand the rationale suggesting that businesses, if the rents have gone crazy, aren't, those assessments would also follow the same pattern.
Well, we certainly will analyze that. There's no doubt. I agree with you that rents have gone up tremendously. But also expenses have gone up tremendously. As you know, the mortgage rates, they might have been at 4.25 just 3 or 4 years ago. And now they're at 7.25. So that impacts those values. And also you have insurance that has gone up tremendously. Fuel has with utilities is kind of up and down. And so there are on the expense side, there's been increases as well that has tempered that. And we enjoy analyzing those types of properties, and we will basically put them at what they sell for. And that's what we're supposed to do.
Thank you.
And just keep in mind, there's more than one class of commercial properties. So you mentioned apartment buildings, but there are office buildings too. And most people are familiar with the office market. I think the office market has taken a big hit over the last 10 years or so. There's not a lot of demand for office space, possibly industrial space as well. So those properties have really taken a hit. And in prior communities, like I mentioned before, in some of my prior communities, those values actually went down as recently as 2020, 2022. Those commercial office buildings values went down. Some of the industrial buildings went down. Warehouse building values went down. So there are several segments of the commercial market and industrial market.
Brief trivia question for the select board. Does anybody know the #1 taxpayer in this town of Hartford?
Anyone want to venture a guess?
Somebody else, please.
It's Wilder Dam,
Yeah.
actually. Check it out. Pretty profound. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Yes.
Hi, my name is Karen, and I apologize. I wrote this question down. I get nervous talking in front of people. So given the uncertainty of our Federal Reserve and the interest rates, and with the supply going down and the demand going up, it seems like we're in a housing bubble. And I'm curious if you're working with developers and considering the impacts of different demographics in our community, and is the medium income being considered in your data modeling? And what are renters that have been living in the area for a long time and being priced out of the market supposed to do? Thank you.
Want me to answer that, or you want to answer?
There's a lot of questions in there, and sometimes it's hard to remember all the questions.
Yeah.
Certainly, I think that if you've seen 35% increases in rents just over the past several years, and that's huge impact on renters. We don't follow median income. We just look at the rents. So to give you the short answer, not sure what else I'm missing. You said something about the uncertainty in the Federal Reserve and.
Well, I'm just curious, like if you're working
some
with
greater-
developers in your process and what developers you're working with.
I haven't talked to any developers.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, I think you covered it. Thank you so much.
I
You're
would just
welcome.
mention
Thank
too, there is the renter's rebate, and that's based on the idea that part of your rent actually goes to pay the property tax at the landlord. So there is some, I don't know that it's a whole lot, but there's, state tries to provide some relief. in those instances. Kathy?
Hey, Kathy Melisick again, Wilder, Vermont. Mr. Collins had mentioned before that we are like heavily, you could say burdened, you could say blessed with nonprofit organizations that own property, and you're already smiling, that, including the federal government that own property in Hartford. How are they taxed, if at all, assessed, taxed, if at all?
They pay a payment in lieu of taxes, the state and federal government that have buildings in town. So they have their own formulas for deciding what's a fair and equitable payment to the host community for the services
Is that
provided.
new with us? I wasn't aware that we were accepting pilot.
Oh, yes,
payments.
there's a number of properties in town that pay pilot, again, state and federal property owners.
Okay, okay, gotcha. What about other nonprofit entities? And I'm not talking about the ones that have, built as a nonprofit, taken grants and then converted to for-profits. I know we have a lot of those. Once they're for-profit, they pay. But what about we have lots of nonprofits that aren't state or federal.
The nonprofits can apply for a tax exemption, and we review that application. And if they meet the requirements, then they get the exemption.
Thank you.
Any other questions for John before we move on to our next item? I'd like to thank you. Oh, was there
Yes.
anyone online?
There was a hand up, but it is no longer up. Anyone online, last chance. Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for coming in.
And good luck coming down the home stretch.
Yeah.
Yes,
Great work.
we're looking forward to it.
All right.
Oh, if I could just add one more thing. We have another appraiser that's valuing the two dams, the Wilder Dam and the Dewey Mills Dam. So that's under a separate contract, and he's working on those values now. So we'll have those done about the same time that Tyler's done with their values.
Great. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I think we can take up the Hartford, the application to hang banners, and then we'll be at our normal break time. We'll take a quick break and then come back. So we have an application from the Hartford Heroes Committee to hang some banners. Dennis Brown is here. I don't know, Dennis, if you want to come up and tell us a little bit about it. I know we have info in the packet. I know that you're looking to increase the number of banners up to 30, I think, and then hang them in 3 villages this time. I mean, if you want to just give us a little update and then we'll proceed.
Thank you, board members, for putting this on the agenda and reviewing the application. It's pretty much just what you said, Mike. It's from my zoning and planning days, we always encouraged applicants to put up for the most that they want, so they wouldn't have to come back. We don't have 30 applications for banners at this time. I'm hoping that'll increase and maybe get to there.
Yep.
So, yes, it was 18 in White River and 6 in Wilder and Hartford. And for those 2 other villages, we'd have to most likely have to put up brackets as well.
All right. Gotcha. Questions for Dennis? Kim?
Hi Dennis.
Hello.
Thanks for being here. Any more consideration to the selection process of the applicants? I mean, there were some questions around the first round of heroes that were posted. And I'm wondering if the committee, is it the same group as the committee that's choosing and evaluating the applicants?
Yes. I think we had asked for 12 and only got 10 applications, so we went with that. And so it's the same group. They're pretty dedicated, the small group that we are. And basically our criteria was anybody that's honorably discharged or a first responder would qualify.
So even if they were convicted after their service of a crime, that was not a disqualifier?
It wasn't. I know what you're talking about, and that person's deceased now, but I don't know. In the end, he served his country, and then he made a mistake later on in life, and he paid for that. And so I don't know. I can't take what he did for our country away either. So
I appreciate that, and I guess I feel like, you know, I have had feelings about this particular application all along. I'm still, you know, we made the policy, we did it. I would like to see a little more just consideration around who we are as a town promoting as what we're calling Hartford heroes. And, you know, just that's control of that is being relinquished to a group of members of the public to decide that factor. So yeah, I'm a little conflicted about that.
yeah, I'm
Dennis?
concerned about that too. I mean, I wish Dan was here to speak for himself. Yes, he did some time in the big house. And but he did a lot of things after that. I mean, you can't make that go away, but he was involved in town affairs a fair amount. And he was on the panel for the who even, I think, to start
You know,
with.
he was on the original racial equity committee and
Yes,
was
that's what it
extremely
was. Thank you.
disruptive and not a very participatory member. Like he was opposed to the racial equity committee yet and served on it as a diversity member that's nominated by a former board member.
I guess I'm surprised by those comments, Kim.
I attended several of those meetings.
I think I was at some of those too. Just I remember him speaking about when he was in the service as a light colonel, I think, or maybe it was before that he got that far. But I know there was an example he gave where in the mess halls, certain people were certain people, and he decided to break that all up and mix it all up amongst everybody. And how he had a roommate that was not a white male like him, and had a great experience.
Can I interrupt this for a moment? I feel like this decorum is not appropriate, and I'm gonna tell you why. We always talk about, certainly within the school board and the select board, I think your points might be valid and his points are probably valid, but this is about an individual. And I don't feel like this is the proper venue for this. I feel like it should be done perhaps within that committee or in some other venue that is not exposed to the public in this manner.
I don't disagree at all. And I apologize but the thing, I guess the point is then it is not a town charged committee. It's a private group of people that are not charged by the town who are making the determination of what the town is basically considering what we call a Hartford hero. I will just leave it there.
I'm not validating your point. I'm just saying the venue for expressing that and sorting that out is probably not here.
Any other questions for Dennis?
I just have a comment. I don't disagree that people that have been incarcerated, they've served their time, they fulfilled their commitment to their charge. The individuals, if there's something in their past that is dealing with crimes of rape or something, or murder or something like that, I can definitely see them not being listed on Hartford Heroes. But as Mr. Brown has pointed out, the individual did serve his country.
We're not talking about individuals.
I understand that, but you spoke about this. So
I
you
know,
spoke
but then
about.
We had a point of order that was clarified.
I understand. What I'm saying is you need to take people at their value of what they've done. And I think that's what the committee is about, is choosing those people based on their value of what they've done for Hartford. I find that it should be left up to that committee, and we have to have faith in that committee to do that task of choosing people that are appropriate. At some point you have to give authority to somebody else.
Brandon?
Yes, thank you. I just want to echo Kim's hopes generally about the general vetting of applicants. And I think it would be good to describe for the board how you do that vetting. You know, what are the criteria that you would use to disqualify someone, frankly. It would be, and I'll give an example of a hypothetical situation to hit home my concern. There are a lot of countries around the world now that are asking questions of service members about their involvement in the Israel-Palestine, the Gaza situation. And so these countries
Keep it
are.
Civil and keep it down.
So-
Member has the floor.
Mr. Chair. These other countries are asking questions of service members to ascertain what they were a part of in this conflict. And based on, UN court goings on, right? And some places like Australia and New Zealand are denying entry to these countries based on the answers they receive. So that's one example, trying to ascertain like, all right, you may have an honorable discharge, but if what you were involved in generally, I think you see where I'm going with this. And so we do have public proof that U.S. service members have been like boots on the ground in that conflict. So we theoretically could see that happening. And you may run into that in your group in the future. That's one example I'm bringing to the fore. So thank you. And I hope you in the future clue us in to some of your process for vetting these applicants.
Mary?
Yeah, I was just gonna suggest perhaps the next time that you bring his analyst to the town, maybe you could also include the criteria. And, you don't have to, there's no writing or anything, but just the criteria of how you evaluate.
Well, we have provided that in it's for service members and first responders, service members that were honorably discharged.
That's all? I mean, you don't ask them questions, you just, that's the criteria?
That's the criteria. Yeah.
Okay, that's clear to me, thank you.
Okay.
You ready to make a motion?
Any other questions before we move to a motion?
What's the rule with 6 members if I abstain, if it's 3-2 and 1 abstention, does it pass?
You'd still need a majority of the body.
Yeah.
You'd need 4.
Right.
Oh,
We
that's
changed this in our charter,
that's correct. That's
so that
correct.
2 people like abstain.
Yes,
it
that's
could be
correct.
3-2.
I'm sorry. Thank you for that reminder.
Before I make a motion, this committee checks all the boxes of the banners application. They've provided all the things that are required of us for the banners. So I don't understand if we're talking about content that's sort of out of the realm of what the requirements are for the banners and the policy. That's where I'm having a tough time with like your recusal, if you want to recuse yourself.
I'm not gonna recuse myself. I might abstain. May I respond?
Sure, Kim.
Lanny, we know about the general design, but we're not approving specific content because the subjects of the banners are the content. And when the White River Independent Film Festival came to us with the banners, you insisted that we see all of the imagery that was going to be on each of the banners. So we were presented with the specific subjects of what the graphic was going to be on the banners. They have fulfilled maybe this is like, we'll go forward and we'll look at, or the future board will look at modifications to the policy that was an experiment. This was the first effort in this. I'm glad that we did it. But but we're not seeing the content of the actual banners. We have a general design.
I don't disagree, but you are welcome to join the Hartford Heroes Committee and offer input for what they choose to have for applicants for that.
I had offered to do that from the beginning. In any case, we are where we're at right now. So I know that's an option.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion.
Yeah,
Mr.
just
Chair?
one sec. Yeah, Dennis?
I sense some uncomfortableness here. And what can I do to make the board members more comfortable?
Well, what I was
I
gonna
mean-
mention is I was gonna vote for this. I mean, it hits all our other criteria, and I don't really look at the content of stuff. I mean, I think it would be great if you like Google search the applicants, maybe. I mean, I know Google's terrible these days, but like, at least like, I mean, if something's a red flag, and just give it some consideration, because at the end of the day, it's the committee itself. Like, if we put someone up there and like Valley News gets a story, like, look, Hartford's celebrating this person as a hero and look what they did, kind of undermines like the whole project, I mean, it's not really a select board thing. And I would just, say, if you can vet it, like even with the search, that would probably be helpful. Otherwise, I mean, this for me hits all the boxes that are required. We don't spend a lot of time like poring over every little detail. So I will vote for it,
How about other members? I mean, I don't think we're gonna be in a position to do a criminal background check on.
I don't think that would
applicants.
be reasonable, but
And-
I won't mention any individuals, but people could Google, people who were up there, and they might have found something where they were like, that seems a little incongruous with being a corporate hero. Just a thought. I mean, like I said, at the end of the day, if there are people up there and it becomes a story, and just it's the committee itself, that's gonna answer questions from people.
Well, it's not our intention to put up a bunch of outlaws. and-
Well, I certainly
so forth.
realize that,
Yeah, I mean, well, I know we're not supposed to talk about an individual, but I was just thinking further about this person that we're talking about. I was on honor guard in his funeral service with full military honors. I wouldn't be in the Legion post that I'm at, except he recruited me to it, and was the adjutant in the Legion and did some tremendous things. I can't excuse what he did. I mean, he was convicted of it, no question. But I knew him before that. I knew him after that.
I mean,
It's a stain.
People contain multitudes, I think we know that,
Yeah.
It's always good, it's always bad. Just, I mean, I think this is just an issue to flag for you and the committee, when you go over your application.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well,
Like to make a
the
motion?
committee needs your support, and I hope that we get it.
All right, but I saw one hand up in the audience, then let's hear that, then let's take a motion, and then we take our break.
Just a brief point.
Tim?
The microphone.
So I witnessed the RIF banners going up. I think it does add a nice flavor to town, and I appreciate all the work you guys do. I think, I have had mixed feelings about it out of the gate, but I think in general, it's a great process and you guys have worked hard on it. My only suggestion is that watching them up on that ladder on a winter day, putting that up, I really think as a town, we should be supporting these banners, because I think that perhaps we could use Public Works or some other safer option to assist them in putting them up. Honestly, I'm a facilities manager and I worry about OSHA and safety stuff all the time. And I just feel like as a town, we could do the gesture of when people do have banners and they want to put them up, let's find a way through Parks and Rec or Public Works or somewhere to support them in that effort in a safe fashion. Thank you.
Lenny?
Like to make a motion, we approve.
Can I address that?
Sorry. You may, Dennis. I mean, hey.
Well, thank you very much, Tim. I think I got this one covered. So the town did offer that service. I think it was like $30 a banner they would charge to do that. And so we opted to take and do it ourselves. We signed a waiver to eliminate liability to the town. And we wanted to put the money towards banners, not in labor costs. So that's, hopefully it explains a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Lanny?
I'd like to make a motion. We authorize 30 banners for the Hartford Heroes from the dates of 5/17/25 to 7/17/25 for the villages of White River Junction, Wilder, and Hartford.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Ida. Excuse me, any discussion? Brandon?
I would just like to remind the community here and listeners that we as a board, when we were first introduced to this process, we asked the Hartford Heroes planning group, but did not require them to vet applicants for these banners for affiliation with hate groups. So it seems as though that ask was not based on the criteria that were presented tonight. It seems as though that ask was not taken into consideration.
Any other discussion before we vote? Ida?
Yeah, I'll say that I agree with Mike's comment on this, that I think the feedback has been heard that a Google search of all the applicants would probably go a long way in terms of protecting the committee's integrity and, you know, our what we want to represent as a town. So that's the recommendation, and I trust that it's been heard by the committee.
Great, all right, well, I'm gonna call the roll since we might have an abstention and just make it easier for us. Lanny?
Aye.
Ida?
Aye.
Mary?
No, and I'm gonna repeat what I've said before here. I'm not approving any of these until we get a word from VLCT that if there's any extremist groups that apply for banners, if we find we can't turn them down, I can't support it. So I'm going across the board and saying no.
Brandon?
No.
Kim?
Abstain.
I will vote aye. All right, so 3 to 2 to 1. Motion carries. All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back with our continued agenda items. Good time for the board to sign.
Yes, please. Thank you.
It's right here, but he doesn't want to damage that.
You should give him a little
Oh, yeah.
disc, yes.
All right, Nick, are we on with the broadcast?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we're coming back from our break. Our next item is remarks from Police Chief Greg Sheldon. Just want to give a couple prefatory remarks. So we asked the chief to come here. Unfortunately, you may have heard the chief is resigning and he's going to be leaving Hartford. I thought it would be helpful if he could come in, kind of tell us what was the department, where was the department at when he started, you know, what's been going on since, and maybe if he could identify some issues, you know, you want us to keep in mind going forward, any potential challenges, things like that. And now I know a lot of people are here because in the course of the questions from the board and the remarks, we're likely to hear about the Welcoming Hartford ordinance and the fair and impartial policing policy and kind of like how they fit in together. And you know, this is, it's obviously going to come up and, you know, we'll discuss it. It's also something I think, you know, we need more info on and, you know, will be the subject of a future meeting. Nothing's getting resolved tonight in this case, and we do have an agenda to stick to as well as we can. Because we have other business as well as the town to take care of. So I'll turn it over to the chief, and then I think there'll be comments by the board or questions. People in the audience, if you have a comment or question, you can come up after the boards have their questions. Just identify yourself up at the mic. For these sections, any comments, questions, you get 2 minutes. There's a timer. When the timer goes off, we'd ask you to sum up your remarks. Otherwise, the trap door will open underneath the lectern. So I hope to have a good discussion, a civil discussion, like we always do in Hartford. And I know that these issues can arouse a lot of passion. And just know that we understand we have some things to discuss, questions to answer, and we will devote time to this at future meetings. So I'll turn it over to the chief and we'll have a good discussion and we'll keep things moving along briskly. So thank you, chief.
Well, thank you. I'll try to make this as brief as possible so we can get on to the other important topics here tonight. But the status update for the PD. When I started, this is what the structure of the police department looked like. We had a chief, a deputy chief, and basically 2 divisions. What's not really up there. A separate division would be the communication center. It's listed under support services in this case. What I was asked to do when I got here was establish a community coalition. And to do that, we needed an outreach division to really function properly as a police department and to provide more support in our community to our partners as we build that coalition. So this is what it was. And if you notice under deputy chief, there's a whole lot of stuff that goes on. That position was a very abused position, a lot of work. In some ways, when I read over all 125 plus policies, almost too much work to actually be efficient. Brad Bale did a great job for many years here, and how he pulled it off, I don't know. So when we restructured, one thing that I want to point out is we did not increase our staffing as far as sworn officers. We did add in some civilian staff, clerk for records management, you'll see that in a second, and a data crime analyst most recently to help us with our coalition. But this is what it looks like now. We have 4 distinct divisions with leadership in each division. So it's what the deputy chief was doing is now broken up into 3 police divisions and one communications division. So we have 4 command staff members that help me manage and lead the agency. And ones with the green stars are newer additions to our agency to help with the coalition and to help with our internal clerical items that was actually divided out among all the command staff. And when you're paying people a lot of money to be command staff and you're making them do clerical work, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. So you don't get a great return on investment. So with the help of Gail, back when she was the acting town manager and financial director, we secured some money in the budget to hire a records management clerk to help with all of our legal obligations for discovery requests in court and public information requests and records requests. We also added in a data crime analyst. You'll see that under the outreach division. And the other 2, or the other one above the data crime analyst is the embedded substance use responder. That is a non-taxpayer funded position that was provided to us by Claire Martin. So we have all the benefit of that employee, but without the cost. Same thing with the PSW, the police social worker, which you'll see us under the outreach division as well. We've had several, as they still struggle with staffing issues as we do, but HCRS finally has a new PSW at our station. And then at the very top, you'll see the outreach division commander, which is not a new sworn position, budgeted position. It's just a redesigning of our staff. So that position is a new creation, but it's not a new person. So our staffing levels didn't go up as far as sworn, and our budget went up very little as far as maybe a staffing member, the sergeant that was promoted might have gotten an overall $3 or $4 pay increase to go up to the next level. So it wasn't a huge budget increase, and we did it with our current staffing. The last person you'll see on there is a parking enforcement, which won't be hired until July of this year to do the parking enforcement downtown. And because parking enforcement is not a full-time job in the downtown area, it's not that big, and with the kiosks, there's not a lot of area to cover. That person will also do animal control duties. And when not doing those two, will be the community response person out, because it's not going to be a sworn position, it's going to be a civilian position. So that person will respond to non-emergency calls for service that we have if they're available to do so. Primary function is parking enforcement downtown. The town's relying on that revenue and the enforcement of it. So that would be the primary focus, but they'll be available to do other things. And if you don't know, our animal control calls, if an officer gets a stray dog, has to drive about 20-25 minutes over to New Hampshire, check the dog in, drive back, you're looking about an hour to handle a stray dog. And that takes our law enforcement officers out of the town. And there's only 2 to 3 working every day. So it's important that we keep them in town. So this is a great opportunity. When the town manager persuaded me to take them on under police department, I decided to use that. It's an opportunity to multitask that person. So here we are. So that's what it was, and that's where we're at. Now, again, 3 distinct divisions under the under police department, and that is the wave of the future. Hartford, town of Hartford, Hartford Police Department is one of only probably 3 in the entire state, maybe even 2 that has an outreach division and a data crime analyst. So the support of the select board and the voters, taxpayers, to allow that to happen is impressive. You should be proud of what's going on and what we have. Other communities, other police departments who are doing coalitions often say to me, yeah, you have a whole division that can do this. We don't. We're struggling with staffing to make this work. Once the coalition is up and running, which you'll see in a few minutes, you won't have as big of a problem for the Hartford Police Department or the town of Hartford.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Sure.
Can you just go back there a second to your organizational chart? Can you just tell us, and for those listening, the number of personnel you have listed for each one of those divisions?
For each division, it's 23 overall. When you run your numbers, you look at the experts and the consulting companies that do staffing numbers, they say 60% of your staff should be patrol division. With our patrol division commander, Connie Kelly, you're looking at about 64, 63%. So we're right where we should be. That's with the reallocation of staff going to outreach and more detectives.
How many sworn officers do you have in the outreach division?
Just one right now.
Okay.
The actual divisional commander is the only one that's sworn out of the outreach division.
Good.
Now, it's going to take some union negotiations and things like that for scheduling, but we're looking to take and modify how 2 people work their schedules at the police department as far as patrol officers and do a split shift, which will free up 2 other officers, 1 for outreach, 1 for detectives.
Thank you.
So again, we're taking what we have for staff and just being innovative and creative in how we disperse them to get what we need.
Yeah, thank you.
We do have a strategic plan that's really small, and I wasn't putting it up here for you all to read. I can send this. I can send this to the town manager to disperse, but we have a 1-year, 3-year, and 5-year strategic plan. When I came into Hartford, we didn't have a strategic plan. When I asked them where we were going and where we've been, they didn't know. And it's not their fault. They weren't used to this kind of creative policing. When I asked them what the crime rate was, they didn't know because they don't have a data crime analyst on staff. They could tell you how many calls we went on and the increase or decrease in call volume, but they couldn't tell you what the crime rate was. Part 1 crimes, part 2 crimes, quality of life crimes, or quality of life issues. What is the ups and downs? What has been effective? What hasn't been effective? Have we looked at our initiatives and tried to, determine their effectiveness, and can we do something different? That's where the data crime analyst is coming into play. She's starting to put that information together. And if to throw a plug in for next Tuesday, February 11th is our first data sharing meeting at the police station, Hartstat. We'll talk about that in a minute, but please come on down and participate. But this is to show that we do have a strategic plan, and this is only the 3 to 5 year. I think it might only be the 3-year, and what is outlined and what we're doing. And you'll see some red print there, even though you might not be able to read it. And that refers to a pillar in the President's Task Force report on 21st Century Policing, which was a report commissioned by President Obama back, well, they've done it again in 23, but it was, I want to say it was 2014. I'm not positive, don't quote me on that, but this is what the Task Force report in 21st Century Policing was, came up with, and I put, if one of our strategic plans matched that pillar, I put it in there as an indicator to our staff that we're following what the President's Task Force report suggested. So again, 1 year, we're past that, we're going towards the 3 year, and then we'll go on to the 5 year. And you'll notice in one of these, it says to develop during this time period, a 10-year plan. Because we really need to know where we're going to forecast, not just in budgeting, but what we're doing for services and where we're growing as an agency. So that's what that was for. So we do have a strategic plan in place and ready to go. And again, it's a living document. It can move, it can change, and it's supposed to be flexible. So if something changes, we can make up modifications, not set in stone. Every staff member was asked for input on this and was given an opportunity to provide input on where we're going for our strategic plan. This was not just my input. So where are we going? Harstad, next week. It's probably going to end up being monthly public meetings. We did them every 2 weeks in Rutland, but the data, the stats here won't be enough to really provide a great product every 2 weeks. So we're going to do it every month. Really, what it really does is it shares our biggest challenges in a timely fashion. So what are we struggling with in law enforcement? You know, we know the three big ones: mental health, substance use, and homelessness. But how do we get people involved in that aren't law enforcement? So we asked the people in the room, the partners from these nonprofits that are with us in the room, for their help to resolve some of these problems that are affecting our neighborhoods in our community. Otherwise, they may never hear about it unless we bring someone to their door. Again, solicit expert assistance from community partners and resolve repeat issues in neighborhoods. If we come back to your house, you're to complain it, and your neighbor is causing problems at 3 in the morning and waking you up, and we come back and we settle them down, you call us again a half an hour later, we come back, settle the person down, we're not going to walk over to you and say this person has mental health, right? We're not going to do that. But what you see is us coming back and coming back and coming back, and you having a call and you being disrupted and disturbed. So eventually you start saying what everybody else says. What the hell are you guys doing? Right? So we start getting a bad rap of not doing our jobs when in fact the person suffering from something that we're not experts in. So how do we get the experts involved? So it relieves the stress on the neighborhood and the complainant calling it in and the officers responding who want to help but don't know what to do. We're not the experts in these things, but we're called upon because what other 24/7 agency is there? We're the only ones that answer the phone that time of day or night. So we want our people involved in the repeat addresses. So not because we want to resolve it and get rid of the problem. We want to make sure that person who's most vulnerable or suffering from something is getting the help they need. And that's the ultimate goal, because then that call does stop and they have a better quality of life and so do the neighbors. So it's a little more to that. I mean, I could go on for a long time about it, but the gist is we're being transparent and making the community aware of our struggles and where we need their help. The Community Coalition kickoff meeting is tentatively scheduled for April or May. Lieutenant Ebenhausen and Amy Wunderlich, the analyst, are working on putting together the community meeting, Community Coalition kickoff meeting, and we have developed an outline for that meeting. We have a structure all set up, and I don't know if a lot of you know Amy Wunderlich. She used to work for HCC. She's run many community meetings, so she is an asset, not just as an analyst, but she knows how to set up meetings and run meetings. So we will start that process. And as you see here, you know, committees and subcommittees organized to address concerns identified by the Hartford community members. This is not something we look at as law enforcement and say, these are the problems. We want the input from the community to say, what are the problems you guys need us to address? Because we don't always have the same perspectives. So what are the problems? And you form committees and subcommittees around that to resolve these issues, form action steps and problem statements and things like that. Chairperson and community members chosen by the coalition members to assist the executive director, which for a while will be the HPD outreach lieutenant. Excuse me. The chairperson will be a community member, excuse me. Someone who can be a cheerleader for this town, someone who can advocate for the coalition. The executive director will be the HPD outreach lieutenant for now until someone else wants to step up from the community. My experience in Rutland was when they wanted to move away from the police department as executive director. What they realize is it's a 40-hour-a-week, 60-hour-a-week job, and it's staffing and it's costly. So most organizations, nonprofits say, well, we'll leave it with the police department. You just run the organization, we'll participate. And it's a good connection between police and the community. Again, monthly coalition meetings is typically how they're run, and they're separate from the committee meetings. And committees and subcommittees are made up of community partners, like I said, and community members and town staff who want to participate. This is the opportunity to participate in your community problems and address them other than through the select board. This is your grassroots movement. This is how you address your issues without worrying about what the select board is doing. Without worrying about funding. Project Vision in Rutland has no funding, has no budget, but it operates now going on, I don't know, 11, 12 years and has over 500 members. And when I was executive director of that, they asked me, what's your budget? The budget was zero. So you use other people's money, you use goodwill, you use volunteerism, you use, the excitement of the community and getting better. The momentum builds. This is an example of what Project Vision looked like. This is what the committee structure could look like. I'm not saying it has to. These are some of the committees that were identified in Rutland. It's just an example we could follow. And if you'll notice a non-opioid committee there under health, when I asked about that, because that used to be the opioid committee, the response was the opioid epidemic was taken up by healthcare and became a healthcare problem. So what they found was the alcohol use and actually cocaine use went up. That wasn't being addressed and focused on. So they changed it to a non-opioid committee to address alcohol and cocaine use, while the healthcare industry took on the opioid epidemic. So this is a ever evolving, and it can change as necessary. Typically, you'll review everything about once a year, and you decide on what, if you want to keep it the same or change it. How you set it up in Hartford is up to you. Rutland's Project Vision has no board of directors. It's not a 501c3. It's not a nonprofit. It is a theory. There's no bank accounts. There's no nothing. It operates simply on the goodwill of the volunteers. There's no board of directors. Like I said, there's no bylaws. Okay, every meeting is public. Every meeting is open. The reason for that, and what we found before my time as executive director, was what they found is it allowed for quick and responsive action in the community. If you have a community member struggling or an issue that's been developing rapidly, the last thing you want to do is wait a month for a board of directors meeting to make a decision on how to help that person. So the executive director was tasked with the chairperson to run the organization. How Hartford sets it up is up to them. Springfield, Vermont, they have an official 501c3 designation, and they have bylaws and they have a board of directors. Doesn't have to be that way here. It can be that way here, or any combination of that. It's up to the community when they get together to decide how they want this to run. This is truly a community focused and run operation. Expanding our influence. Data crime analyst, once she's up and running and things are going great, she will be open to our community partners to help them with their grants and the stats, not write the grants or manage them, but give them statistical data if she's given access to their systems. Assist other town departments with statistical data to support them in their grants and reports and evaluations and outcomes. She's a analyst that works for the police department, but she's open to the entire town departments. And she's really eager to do that. And she wants to be more relevant in that regard. But also our community partners who are in the coalition, nonprofits who may not have the money to provide a data crime analyst and the product that they might need from her. So she's willing to do that work as well. And that's what I did in Rutland when I oversaw the crime analyst there. I farmed him out to a lot of people if he had the bandwidth to do it, and support our partners in the community. What's next? Continue to grow the community coalition while remaining true to the problems and flexible in our solutions and approaches. Oftentimes people fall in love with a solution to a problem and forget about the problem. And in grant work, that's called mission creep. But in community coalition building, you got to stay in love with the problem. How are you going to solve it? Be flexible in how you get there. A lot of solutions are out there, and some of the most innovative and off the wall solutions that I saw in Rutland worked. So you have to continually encourage and revisit your process. Advance and improve upon Hartstat data sharing meetings. The first couple of meetings will be, Amy will be and the lieutenant will be soliciting feedback on what you want to see at the next meeting. There's things that we're going to provide and share with you that we want to share, but we want to know what you want, and that's an important step. I'm going to revisit, well, I won't be revisiting this, but next budget season, the 4 civilian responders, non-law enforcement, non-sworn responders on each shift that go to non-criminal calls for service, which are about 80% of our calls. Yeah. So why are we sending law enforcement on a call that doesn't require law enforcement? It should be a civilian responder. But again, that's going to take 4 civilian responders with benefits is close to $450,000. I get the buy-in. It's difficult. And then increase our embedded staff, which is, as I refer to them as free employees. domestic violence embedded employee and a homeless prevention embedded employee. We were in discussions with WISE, and WISE has some staffing problems this last fall. They were going to try to put someone at our station 1 day a week instead of 40 hours a week, and they haven't been able to do that yet because of staffing. And then we can relate with that because we've had staffing issues in the past. In a homeless prevention, we do have a great working relationship with the Haven, but it'd be nice to have someone on staff to help with our other embedded employees as a team to go out and conquer and solve some of these problems. One of the things I would like to bring here, I'm going to try to set it up before I go, using opioid settlement money, is the situation table. It's a new, I don't want to say it's new. It's not. It's new for Vermont, but it's not new for the country. Massachusetts is where it started, I believe. They're getting great results on this. I went to the training with the lieutenant from Outreach in Springfield, and most of those people in the room are HCRS or law enforcement or mental health, other mental health professionals or other social worker groups, and Department of Corrections. And without going into all the detail, I can send this to the town manager again. It's really what's showing to have a lot of great results in a fairly immediate response. Again, this is part of the coalition, and it will be part of that process. But if I can get the training here, or at least get it scheduled, Rutland's doing the training in March. The St. Johnsbury, I believe, is on the docket to get it. Brattleboro's had it, Springfield's had it, and I think Bennington's had it. So the next step would be to get it here and move that ball forward with this. And this is, again, a great method of identifying problems from our partners in the community, not law enforcement necessarily, but yet responding to that immediately to get the people that need the help they need quicker than through the bureaucracy that we have now. And this is just a chart. If you look at the gray bars are really cases we cannot, because the old data we have in our system is not great data. So there's some disclaimers on the right-hand side, but what you see on the left is the blue bar is quality of life issues. The red is crime. The gray is about the same percentage. We broke it up. Those are just calls we couldn't determine based on our data. The data, we've put procedures in place now, so the data will be better moving forward. But this is going back a couple of years, as you can see. So you can see the difference in our quality of life calls, non-criminal versus our criminal calls for service, which is why we need to have some civilian staff to respond to these calls. So you're not always getting a police officer for non-criminal calls. And those officers are pulled from important work like doing drug investigations and doing bigger and better things, that proactive work that we need to do. But that's just an example to show you why we need something like that, but also to show Amy's work. This is kind of the product she's been producing and working on. Any questions? That's in a nutshell.
Thank you very much, Chief. Before we get to any questions, John, if you could work with the chief, we can get that slide deck, up on the website or something. It's very useful, I think, for everyone to.
Is it on the police page already, or?
No, I can.
Okay, but we can do both, sure.
Yep.
Hey, board, questions or comments for Chief? Brandon?
Thank you. I had asked some months ago through the town manager about how our police department investigates wage theft.
Mm-hmm.
And the chief very helpfully sent me a list of various white collar crime scenarios, and those didn't include wage theft in there, or at least it wasn't obvious which description it was. I asked that because there's really solid research, and I linked to an article in this line of questioning this research, and apparently the total value of property stolen through robberies, burglaries, and carjacking is not even 4% of what employers steal from workers each year. That just astounds me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the chief, in this breakdown of white collar crime, the chief listed various agencies that they would refer the various criminal scenarios to. Most of these are federal agencies. But one question I have is, I'm curious whether we do any enforcement of this apparently rampant wage theft epidemic?
If it's reported to us, we will do what we can to investigate it, but most of these involve much bigger scope than what we can handle as a Hartford Police Department, which is why a lot of times we refer them to the feds. But I'll be honest, we don't get a lot of calls on them. So that's the other problem.
Could you identify what you mean by employer theft against their employees?
Give an example.
It very well could be the lack of inclusion of an overtime rate for hours over 40 hours. It could be just missing an expense reimbursement like mileage, that sort of thing, here and there, I think. And I'll leave it to you to John and whoever is next in the chief role to look through this data I've provided. But I know that when I was looking at kind of the spread of the size of businesses, you mentioned like, gosh, a lot of these are huge scopes, and I understand with a huge employer it would be a kind of a wild large thing to investigate, but the vast majority of businesses in the United States and the vast majority of businesses operating in Hartford are very small, between 2 and 20 employees, almost all of them. So the scope for each of those would have to be quite small. And I understand that most of what you would deal with is reported to you first, but also it might benefit the townspeople of Hartford to take a somewhat more proactive approach. I imagine there are some crimes that you would take a more proactive approach than just like waiting for folks to call in. So that's one thing I wanted to bring up.
If I may, just for a second, because I never pass up an opportunity to toot my own horn. In a prior life, I was an attorney for the Vermont Department of Labor. In fact, I established our wage theft division. The legislature passed a law, I think it was probably 2012, that basically beefed up our enforcement, right? So that's something that's done usually at the state level by the Department of Labor. And we have all sorts of, we have, it's not a very large office, but there are investigators. We have the ability to issue stop work orders, to fine employers, things like that. So, I mean, that is generally, as far as, I've ever been able to tell, the mechanism by which the state looks at something. They take it very seriously. And it is something, it is complaint driven, there are like audits, but that is generally where I think you would see those type of investigations and those type of sanctions would come on the state level through the department.
I was gonna make that comment as well. It deals with the state first, and then it needs to be crime from there.
Yeah, because technically, well, I won't get into it, and then back to Brandon.
Well, if you're falling in the same pot, I'm just going to change the subject.
Well, my only response to that, thank you, Mr. Chair. My only response to it is that I think the point I was trying to make was the vast majority of this goes uninvestigated. And so I'm hoping that we can start thinking about how to do it better.
So Chief Sheldon, I am very sorry about your resignation and have enjoyed working with you for the 2 years that you've been here. And I just want to kind of broach this topic of the new fair and impartial policing policy. And I appreciate the chief shared that memo with the town manager in September, and then it came up in discussion with, I think, myself and the chair and the town manager during one of our meetings, where I said, I'd really like to talk with the chief about this process and the circumstances that led to adopting the state fair and impartial policing model. And so it wasn't, the objective was not to like grill you and say, but I would like it if you could share just like the circumstances leading up to this new policy being adopted and your interpretation of what that means vis-a-vis the Welcome Hartford ordinance.
Well, the policy was mandated by legislators or by legislation to be enacted across the state as a mandatory fair and impartial policing policy for law enforcement.
Through legislators or the VCJC?
It was mandated from legislators, I believe, and they were mandated to do it. They were ordered to do it, I guess, in a way. It's not something that the academy decided, hey, we're going to do this, because a lot of us already had fair and impartial policing policies. The state wanted a mandated policy or a mandated statewide policy to be fair to everybody and have everybody be the same. So they allowed you to add to it and make it stricter in some ways, but not. Well, you could reduce or take some things out of it as well, but it had the principles had to remain the same. That's the way they worded it. So we put it in place, and then I got a email from Will
Limbeck from.
Limbeck, thank you, who suggested some updates to keep us in compliance with the WHO. So I started looking through it and making some of the suggestions. I didn't have a problem with any of that. And then the word came down from the academy. Another department must have questioned some stuff. And the academy's attorney said that when I reached out to them, that they had contacted the AG's office. And from the AG's office, the word came down that if you changed a certain section of the policy, you'd be in violation of state and federal law. And if that was the case, when the state mandated policy comes down from the academy and the criminal justice council, what happens is they now want a copy of it sent to them, and they will review that and approve it and send it back to you. So what they said is if that change is made and you send it in with the change, there was a section, it's ingrained in my mind, section 6D7. If that's removed, what will happen is we will not allow that policy. We will automatically default you back to the original policy, and you'll have to follow the original policy. Whether you put this modified policy in place or not, we're going to go under the assumption that you are not, and you are to use the default policy, the original. So that dilemma came up. And then when you look at it from the standpoint of the academy staff attorney, the AG's office, state of Vermont, and the Second Circuit Federal Court all concluded that if that section was taken out, we would all be in violation of the policy, of the law, excuse me, of state and federal law. It puts you in a kind of a tough spot. So John and I talked, and it was decided that instead of violating law, we would have to violate the WHO ordinance. And that's where we left it. We don't have an option. We don't have the ability to change it, because we do change it, the academy is going to change it back. There is not an option here. So as much as I don't want this to be a controversy for the town of Hartford, we're, as John says, a rock and a hard spot. We don't have a choice.
I will point out that we've talked with the academy, and based on my invitation, they said they'd be happy to come and speak to us directly about how they're interpreting state and federal law and how they're interpreting our WHO.
Yeah, I think, if I can take 1 second, I think that's helpful for you to mention, John, because this is clearly, at some point going to involve another meeting. The best way generally to go forward with these things is to identify like what's out there. There's this impartial policing policy. There's the welcoming Hartford ordinance. Who do we need to hear from? What does this mean? And what are sort of our options and various, paths forward with different results.
I think it's also important to point out that any apparent tension or conflict between the fair and impartial policing policy and the town's WHO has been theoretical to this date.
Mm-hmm.
The police department has not been asked in recent memory to assist any federal agency in immigration-related activities in Hartford.
Yeah, and I know, and I understand, that we have a new administration in Washington, and that may change, so I'm just trying to plant the seed for everyone for an upcoming meeting and that we can focus fully on these issues and get all the people that we need at the table to sort of see where we are and what our next steps are. So sorry, just wanted to keep sort of putting that out there, because I think it would be extremely helpful.
Well, there's several other things that, when you consider this in my research, Brian, town attorney, actually weighed in recently and said, if it's a mandated policy to the state of Vermont, then it really has the effect of law to a certain extent, and therefore the ordinances can't override that. So again,
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
If it's a mandated policy that's been statewide, Brian's interpretation, and John can correct me on this, is pretty much has the weight of law. And Therefore, this ordinance can't override it. So that's, again, the rock in the hard place. How do we navigate that? The other issue that was brought to me recently by a different chief was, if we do put a policy, if we do keep the policy as modified, as recommended to be in compliance with our WHO, and the academy says, no, we assume you are following the original policy, and an officer makes a mistake and violates the academy's policy, that officer is held accountable, even though the town's the one putting him in that position. And then the chief of police can lose their certification over it, up to and including sanctions of losing your certifications. So with that in mind, what happens next is civil litigation, union involvements. And then my understanding is our Vermont Leagues of Cities and Towns policy has very distinct language about if you are knowingly violating a law and you're sued, we don't cover you. So this is a much bigger issue than just this. This goes into reliability problems, which is why John and I have been very methodical in this process.
I think the other couple of angles are that we're told that the training that new officers need and that existing officers need for recertification is not necessarily going to remain available to the town and its officers if we're not in compliance with their fair and impartial policing policy. The result could be that over time, one after another, officers become no longer certified to serve as police officers in the state of Vermont. So that's another element to the difficult equation.
Is there currently in this step any element, or could this be an additional measure to have Hartford law enforcement prohibited from requesting documentation status? Like, you know, there's the question of, you know, the constitutionality of US 1373 that doesn't allow a municipality to forbid law enforcement from sharing, but is it possible to have in one of the add-ons, the additional measures in the town's fair and impartial policing, that we could prohibit law enforcement from requesting?
Yeah, that's in there.
It's in there already.
Yeah, and what it says is unless it's a officer safety or public safety issue, that identifying them as an immigrant or not, an immigrant status, the only way we can do that is if it's perceived by the officer to be an officer safety or public safety problem. So we don't do that now. So I don't know about other communities. I don't know if they do that, but we don't do that now because we've had the WHO in place. So really the only thing that is making this a violation of the federal and state laws is the fact that the WHO says we can't share. And they want us to take that out. The migrant justice, thank you, wants us to take that out, and that's what is the catch in the state AG's office in the Second Circuit Federal Court saying can't.
Well, and I will say that that Second Circuit Court ruling, and again, we can get into this more fully at a different date, but that Second Circuit Court ruling is specifically related to a Justice Department grant, the Jagburn grant, and we have known that those grants, and you know, I questioned it in 2024 when we got the Jagburn grant, that weren't we not eligible for that because with the WHO, we're not in compliance with US 1373.
Right.
And at that point, I think it was because, at least my understanding was that maybe because the executive order that was put in place in 2017 had been rescinded by the Biden administration, but still, in theory, an applicable law to Justice Department grants, including Jagburn, is 1373. So we should not have certified compliance with that grant in that case.
Yeah.
But the Second Circuit Court's ruling is related to a Jagburn grant. It's not an equivocal saying that it is applies to all.
And I think there's 1644, which also applies. But we did contact Brian, the town attorney, on that, and he felt that he could defend it to a certain extent. In the worst case, you have to pay the money back.
Yeah.
So I don't think he had a lot of heartburn over it. I can't speak for him, but his response to me was, I think we can defend this. It's close and it's
Yeah.
gonna be touchy of challenge, but really the amount of money we get compared to bigger cities is not enough for them to challenge us on that much. I mean,
Right.
so.
Or just going forward, yeah, we don't apply for any more tag burn. But I guess my point is, so if the current adopted fair and impartial policing policy, and I know that Migrant Justice also wanted you to take out the officer safety or public safety
Right.
qualification, that's your decision. But essentially, if you're saying that Hartford Police are not allowed to collect immigration status unless it's also an investigation of a felony.
Right.
Or public or officer safety, then there is no case in which they would have that information to share with federal agents.
And we don't share with them anyway. At least not in that regard, right? As far as immigration status,
Yeah.
we don't share with them. We don't know when they're in town. There's been a lot of rumors going around that ICE has been in town. I couldn't tell you if they were or not. We made it clear to them, our command staff who work with them through drug investigations and such, that we don't want to know. We can't know because of our WHO ordinance, and we don't want to be put in the middle of it. So they don't tell us. They arrive, they do it. If they did show up, we don't know. I got an email from a reporter from the Upper Valley News who asked about, she heard rumor that ICE was at the VA. Couldn't tell you. I said, I don't know, call the VA police. We don't, it's that divided right now. We don't want to know. So no, we don't participate in them. We don't get involved. Now, if a federal officer goes on the radio and says, I'm being shot at, yeah, we're going to go and protect that. But it's not an immigration enforcement at that point. It's a violence. So otherwise, we don't have a clue they're in town and we are. And we don't want to know.
Okay, and sorry, I'll wrap up my part of this for now in that, I think it would be helpful to just, maybe if this academy attorney, if we have another session where, and ideally, Mr. Chair, the town manager, if it could be in the month of February, which are my last 2 meetings after this, that would be, I appreciate it, but if not, I'll come anyway. But the attorney from the academy, that there are, so clearly it makes sense that the town attorney wants to mitigate as much opening of liability as possible. I mean, there's no question about that. That is their job. There's a spectrum of which the town and its values and its leadership wants to do what's right and wants to sort of like thread that needle of being as scrupulous as we can and, not flagrantly disobey laws, but then still also just protect the human rights of people in our community. And I
agree.
I guess in the more reassurance that you can provide in terms of the department's willingness to help thread that needle would be helpful.
Sure. Other questions for Chief Sheldon?
Oh, you got a couple up on when you're
Brandon?
Yes, I just wanted to kind of read into the record, for lack of a better term, a couple of legal reviews that that Kim had forwarded to the board. And these were reviews from ACLU Vermont and National Lawyers Guild. Sometimes they're working together for these reviews. This is a big topic for them, the communities around the state, doing these ordinances, trying to hold off the immigration enforcement. The ACLU says the state language that state lawmakers added and passed could not be clearer, that agencies like local police may choose to adopt more stringent limitations on communications and involvement with federal immigration officials than exist in the model FIP, the Fair and Impartial Policing Policy. So according to ACLU anyway, that is expressly allowed by state lawmakers. And then here is a joint legal review by ACLU attorneys and National Lawyers Guild attorneys, saying that town officials do not violate federal immigration law by complying with the Welcoming Hartford Ordinance. While this question was not in the scope of the review they were otherwise doing, they wanted to insert this anyway, just to be unequivocal. They say, town employees and police officers violate neither state nor federal law by complying with the Welcoming Hartford Ordinance. The federal government cannot commandeer state or local police to enforce federal immigration laws. And they cite the US Constitution. No laws exist that require state and local law enforcement to pass citizenship or other personal information to ICE, CBP, or others, and thus refusing to do so is not a violation of any law. So I just wanted to put that out there, that that's sort of like this state agency that determines the model Fair and Impartial Policing Act or policy is either not in possession of these legal reviews, or they have read them and determined them moot for their purposes. So I would state that as a town, and I hope I think our town manager has asked our town attorney, Brian, to review these in light of all this. And I would hope that there is something defensible here. So thank you for listening, everyone.
A couple of hands up on Zoom, Kim.
Gonna start with that?
Was anyone else on the board have a question? I mean, I think you did a great presentation, Chief. I think I tried to reiterate, this needs a future meeting, and I'll see the various reasons why, just so we know what the playing field is before we move in any particular direction. But yeah, let's hear from Zoom, and then if people want to talk here, we can. We've made good time, but I do want to move on because we do have business to finish up before we all get to go.
Okay, go ahead, Omega.
Hi there, can you hear me?
I can hear you, and you have 2 minutes, Omega. I'll let you know when the timer goes off.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Omega. I live in White River, and my comment is regarding the FIPP that was adopted in September. It's my understanding that under this policy, local law enforcement is not prohibited from sharing documentation and immigration status of our community members with federal enforcement. And I just want to support Migrant Justice's sentiment that Hartford needs a stronger non-cooperation policy. Local law enforcement absolutely should be prohibited from sharing such information with federal enforcement. And I would like to say also that this community member absolutely supports Migrant Justice in any other sentiments and suggestions that they have. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Omega. We appreciate your comments, and certainly, as you probably heard me say, we are going to bring this up at a future meeting as well, and I hope that you can attend that either remotely or in person. We have another.
Yeah, there's now 2 more.
Okay.
Go ahead, Representative Esme Cole.
Hi, all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for this discussion. Very important to evaluate in these trying times we're facing. I am Representative Esme Cole of Hartford, and I have been really taking a deep dive in this issue and asking the legal counsel at my disposal on the legislative level to really dive into the legality of this. And I'm a little bit concerned that I keep hearing this statement that the Welcoming Hartford Ordinance is in conflict with the fair and impartial policing policy. Because what I've been gathering so far is that actually isn't the case. And the concern is rather that the Welcoming Hartford Ordinance is in conflict with the 8 U.S. Code, subsection 1373 and 1644. So I just want to caution us away until we have very specific legal counsel telling us otherwise, making the argument that the fair and impartial policing policy is in conflict with the Welcoming Hartford ordinance. And I think the fact that the fair and impartial policing policy was passed in Vermont serves kind of in our favor from a legal standpoint of holding up the Welcoming Hartford ordinance, because if we were able to pass the fair and impartial policing policy, and if that is not under threat under 8 U.S. Code 1373 and 1644, then neither should be the Welcoming Hartford ordinance. And that's kind of a synopsis from my perspective, but I definitely am excited to get more legal counsel on this and loop you all in the future discussion.
Thanks very much, Representative Cole, and we'll certainly invite you to an upcoming meeting on the topic. We appreciate it. I think we have one more hand up on Zoom.
Yes, looks like Alan Hanel, maybe?
Alan?
Actually, this is Heidi Hanel. I am on this call on my husband's computer, so it's Alan. He's also here, and he's given me permission, so I'm using the computer. What was that?
Thank you, Heidi. We look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. I just want Hartford to be a safe and supportive place to live. As long as we're all law-abiding people, I want us to all be able to live without fear of being deported or jailed due to their immigration or documentation status. And basically, it's already been said by Kim. I want to thread that needle. Thank you for listening.
Thanks very much, Heidi.
Thank you. All right, and Esme, your hand is still up. Did you want to speak again, or do you want to lower your hand? Thank you very much. Okay, so.
Any comment in the room before we move on? If you'd like, just come up to the microphone and you've got 2 minutes. I said, don't make me. There you go.
No, I won't make some music with that. I do want to say thank you for that presentation.
Can you just identify yourself?
Yeah, my name is Tony. I really do appreciate the community outreach and working with community partners. I think that's, I've seen throughout the country. I used to work with Denver City Council, and I saw that as a helpful tool that I was hoping to continue. Although what I witnessed there as well was that when there was a shift in chief of police, and there was such discussions like we are having right now about this sensitive topic of fair policing. How is this going to be approached if there is a new chief coming in place? And the discussions are continuing. We have members that are gonna no longer be here. How can we ensure that our migrant community feels safe and supported, as well as, respecting who at the same time?
Well, for your first question about the next chief coming in, there have been discussions about what the future looks like and how we maintain that. I'll refer to some research from the Police Executive Research Forum out of DC, I believe, who said that community policing programs and community policing officers, they get cut during budget seasons, but community policing culture does not. So we are looking at an outreach division to establish a strong culture of community policing and community outreach, not just a program. And not just a community policing officer, which you often saw in the 80s and early 2000s. We don't want that. We changed our model in Rutland and went away from the community policing officer, because when budget cuts happened in 2008, that person was reassigned to a patrol division. You lose your community outreach. So that's why we have an established division now, an actual division with a commander overseeing it and running it. We hope to establish that as a culture within the agency. So even if budget cuts happen, you don't necessarily lose all that.
And as to respect to who, I know I have limited time, so.
Yeah. The who is really going to be defined here. I have to go by what the law is telling me, what the AG's office and the academy is telling me. If we can thread the needle, we thread the needle. Officers here don't enforce immigration. They haven't forever. And that was and in the station, the comment is, we don't even enforce this. So it's a non-issue for the agency. It's obviously an issue for the community. So
I would reiterate the fear of a potential officer or person in power who may come with a shift and change that may have a different approach and opinion, and how that's addressed.
Well, they've gone through 3 changes in chiefs and that hasn't changed. So
Mhm.
I hope that continues.
Mhm.
Chief Caston, Chief Cormier, and then me. So I haven't seen a change since I've been there. So I don't think it's going to be a problem. But again, I can't predict the future. But again, it's that community engagement and community trust that we need to establish. As a conflict of, mediator will tell you there's trust, no trust, distrust. So you can't go from distrust to trust. So somewhere in the middle, we have to gain ground as far as community and police, and community. The police are part of community. As easy as it is to say you're not, we are. So when we start having these community coalition meetings and start building upon that relationship, it definitely establishes that strong sense of trust where that question won't even enter your mind in 2 years.
Yeah.
I hope. I can give you lots of examples offline of that in Rutland, how people approached me and said, wow. Because you got to establish that trust. And being a great police department is one thing, but showing the community and letting them in your front door and saying, this is what we do, establishes that trust because they get to see the inner workings.
And I can understand if there's a systematic gap between what the AG and the police academy, as well as the ACLU is saying, but I would, strongly advise to, look at the legal findings and the legal review as well, that addresses, the constitutional language and how that is being interpreted and practiced in the community, and how that's continually passed on through the legacy of the Hartford Police Department, and continuing that community-based and focused policing model.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But what can't happen is law enforcement can't break the law.
Yeah.
So somebody higher up than even people in this room need to figure this out, why this is such a problem. We'll do what we're told to do legally, and that's where we stand. If they tell me officers will be arrested if they do this, then obviously I have to fall on the side of what the legal experts in the AG's office and the courts are telling me. Not that it makes it fun, but it puts the law enforcement in the middle of something that we shouldn't be in the middle of.
Yeah.
So
Or
no, I
whether
think
the
that's
choice to be law enforcement or not,
What's that?
or to continue to be law enforcement or not in those areas where that is a
Well, I'm not
conflict
sure
of
that's
conscious.
Yeah, I mean, that's up to a personal decision on the person that's an officer. If they don't want to do it, walk away. Not up to, as far as department heads go, you follow the law. Because you don't want, my job is not only to protect the officers that work in the police department, but also protect the town from liability.
Yeah.
And I don't want to see that happen.
Understand.
So appreciate it. Thank you.
Good. One other public comment. And Kim will listen.
I'm going to make a brief statement and I promise to go home. I've lived in this town 16 years, and honestly, the last 2 have been profound. And I have to thank Mr. Sheldon. I have interactions, everything from heroin overdoses to homeless, difficult situations to, simpler things. Gone to dispatch, interacted with many officers in this community. And I have never seen a community where the interactions were so positive, professional, and thorough. So I want to thank you for all your work. And I think we have a good thing going here. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
And I'd like to thank the police officers who make me look good.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you so much for that presentation. It was so informative, and I'm just so grateful for the work that you're doing to with the community and the community groups and organizations. And it is sad to see you leaving the town. And I was curious as to why you're leaving and where you're headed.
Personal reasons, nothing to do with the town. If I could predict the future, but some personal reasons in my personal life. Where I'm going is for the first time in my life, I don't have a plan. So it's really scary in a way. As someone who's a structured individual, purpose-driven, I don't have a purpose. My sister-in-law does counseling, and I talked to her about that, and she goes, of course, you're purpose-driven in a purpose-driven industry, and you're going off and you don't have a purpose. So if you see me wandering the streets, pick me up.
We're gonna call your social worker.
Call the social worker at the station, call the little outreach, he'll come pick me up. But I appreciate the sentiment and comments, and Hartford's a great place. I really wish I was gonna be here at least the 5 years I planned on to get this going, but you have a great lieutenant in the outreach division. You have a great command staff at that police station who really, really wants to be the best for Hartford. The coalition will build that and build the trust, because it's really, you see them, but you don't know them, right? So getting to know them means they're not just a uniform anymore, they're a person. And a lot of research behind that I won't get into tonight about uniforms and sports teams like Yankees and Boston, but go Yankees. But
There you blew it.
You were doing good, Chief.
I don't have my best on it.
You're doing so good.
But yeah, it's again, building that community connection. And again, offline, I'll tell you lots of stories about how wonderful that is. But I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much for your service.
Yeah, thanks very much. Kim, then we're gonna move on.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted when you said, police officers can't break the law, and I get that. I do remember there was this piece in the town attorney Monahan's, one of his original, I think this was from a few years ago. One of his observations was one potential, if a federal agency comes and is demanding information about someone that somehow officer has gotten, they can defer. So they can defer to in the chain of command and say, okay, well, you have to ask my superior officer, you have to, and that can go all the way up to the town manager, and then the town manager can bring it up to the chair and the board, and then the chair and the board can be the ones who decide if they are going to uphold 13, the federal courts have found 1373 to be unconstitutional, but it has not gone to the Supreme Court yet. But basically, there is a mechanism actually there so that you can uphold the Welcoming Hartford ordinance without asking an officer to break the law.
And we wouldn't give that information out.
Yeah.
Generally, anyway.
Yeah.
So, and we made it clear, at least the command staff has in their dealings with the federal government or the federal officials, that we will not. So don't ask. So, the partnership is there. They're not going to come down and ask us because they know we're not going to give it.
Well, I think I think there is a legitimate, whether, perception of fear, however legitimate it is, particularly with this new administration that, and I don't think there have yet been any specific executive orders like tying finances, because that was Supreme Court ruled unconstitutional that anyway, not to go off topic, I think there is a heightened level of anxiety right now. And so I think that is why groups like Migrant Justice and ACLU are trying to make sure that those protections are in place so that even though if we're talking with you and we trust you in community and we're hearing the right things, that the assurances are in place to guarantee that regardless of who's sitting in what seat. So.
Brandon, then we're moving on.
Yes,
We're
I
almost there.
just wanted to very briefly say, I consider our job on this elected board to maximally uphold the will of the voters. In this case, like the very clear will of the voters is this particular, whatever you want to call it, non-cooperation, because it was a pretty wide margin vote. And so I for one am going to advocate for an attempt to make this work legally.
And that's the goal, I think, legally, not to put our staff in harm's way.
I just want to take the opportunity to say thank you, Chief Sheldon, for all the work you've done for the town and the department and for summarizing it here today and for the public. Really appreciate your work and best of luck.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Everyone, thank you too. Everyone showed up, great comments. Lanny, you got a hand up there.
Thank you, Chief, and I'm sorry you're a Yankees fan. I feel for you.
All right, next item, White River Junction Downtown Program 2025 Vibrancy Grant Attestation. I think we're here from Lori.
Yes, Lori's home and she's happy to participate remotely.
I'll try and get through this fairly quickly. I know it's late and we should be done in about 5 minutes with the two of them. So
Wait, hold on one second.
We got a bunch of people leaving.
I saw that. Okay.
Don't take it personally.
No, that's perfectly fine.
Hear what you have to say, you know?
Also, can I take this opportunity to, I'm going to recuse myself from this one simply because I'm acting chair of the Downtown Business Alliance, Downtown Business Association, which will receive funding through this Vibrancy grant. So I'm just going to sit this one out, so there's no perceived conflict of interest.
Okay, so Kim's gonna refuse on any vote in this matter. Lori, I think the crowd's quieted down, so we'll turn it over to you.
Okay, great. So what we're talking about this evening is the fiscal year 2025 Vibrancy grant that the town has received on behalf of the Downtown Business Association. And the first time that we received this was last year. It is something that is available to communities that have been designated as by the state as downtowns. And we received that designation in 2006. It's a non-competitive $25,000 grant for the past 2 years. We're hopeful that it will continue into the future with the state legislative body. As such, it was recognized after many, many years that some resources are needed to help the downtown businesses associations or organizations to be successful. And part of that is providing resources to do program activities, as well as having the resources to have administrative staff to support them in their organizational structures, as well as supporting them in completing those tasks. So for this year, as we did last year, there is a requirement that the select board needs to pass and sign, all members of you sign, an attestation, basically stating that you are aware of the activities that are being proposed, or actually that are going on, because we've already received the grant and are implementing it. But in order for us to get reimbursement of that, and that there are, it's related to the 4-point approach from the Main Street program, and attached to the memo that I sent to you is Appendix 2, and it has the specific language in that. And basically you are acknowledging, you know, the work program, and that there is no conflict between that and resources that you've already obligated to the town. And I can verify that that is the case. So what I'm asking you this evening is to approve and sign the attached letter of attestation. If you have any questions regarding the work program, as well as the letter, please let me know.
Questions for Lori? If not, I will take a motion. Mary?
Sure. I move that the select board approve and sign the White River Junction Downtown Program 2025 Vibrancy Grant Attestation.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Brandon. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Yeah.
Aye. Opposed? So 5 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 recused. All right, we got you again, Lori, I think, on the TIF report.
Okay, so annually we submit a report to the state through the Vermont Economic Progress Council of how we have, what our accomplishments have been during the previous fiscal year. And in this instance, that is fiscal year 24, that anything that transpired between July 1, 2023 and June 30th of 2024. What you have before you is a quick summary of those activities. And before I continue, I want to really call out Gail Astrop, who has been a tremendous asset in making sure that we follow all of the requirements and provides me with a lot of the data that we need over time. So thank you, Gail. And I also want to speak to the Department of Public Works, who has been very helpful, particularly Chris Halsworth, in doing the project management on the TIF comprehensive improvement projects that we are doing. And then there's also support that we get from, as well as from Scott Hausler in terms of working on some of the overlapping projects. So what I want to just highlight to you, some of the things in the report. You'll notice that we have two different numbers, always one that's municipal and one that's education. And that's because there's a slight difference in the way in which the property valuation is calculated between the state grand list, well, the town grand list and the state's doing that. And so that's why you'll see the minor differences in some of the numbers. But since 2001, we have almost doubled the amount of valuation, total tax valuation of properties within the TIF district. And it's pretty remarkable. We've done that. We've accomplished that. We've actually met the goal, and we haven't completed the TIF district yet. So that's part of what we're presenting to you is what has been the growth in the grand list. And that grand list has also produced for you a certain amount of revenue. For fiscal year 2024 is the one that I am reporting on specifically. And 75% of what is growth in the grand list valuation and translates into taxes. 75% of it from the municipal side and from the education side is what is put into the special TIF district fund for our downtown area. And in 2024, that was 709,764. And you can see there it's split up about 1/3 municipal and 2/3 from the education fund. So the funds that we've gotten in the past, as well as what we have garnered in fiscal year 24, is used to actually, for the majority of it, is used to pay on approved loans. Some of them are through the state revolving loan fund for water and wastewater and stormwater improvements, and the other is through this an actual bond that we get from the bond bank. In 24, our major projects were the South Main Street parking lot, and we also did improvements along Maple Street, sidewalk improvements and streetscape improvements along in the downtown area. And also we almost finished the final section of Courier Street that is adjacent to the South Main Street parking lot. And that's the one that's behind Northern Stage. And in addition to that, there was private investment that was created that generated the taxes, and that also generated a minimum of 21 jobs, new jobs in the downtown area in the private sector. So there are some specific requirements that we have to meet by February 15th, and that is this presentation, as well as submittal of the final report, which did go in a draft form in January, and we're now at that final stage of submitting it as a final. That is attached, and you can see that report. It's a 10-page report. And so at this point, I'll just stop, and if you have any questions that you'd like to ask, if you do agree with this, it is something that you don't have to necessarily approve the report. You are just acknowledging that you have received it. And then you would need to identify the fact or recognize the fact that the certifications that are required from the town assessor and myself will be done following your receipt. And also authorizing the town manager to make any minor changes and to sign the certification form.
Any questions for Lori? Manny?
Yeah, Laurie, I just guess I'm not quite seeing something here, and maybe you can explain it to me. The disconnect between where you're saying that you created all sorts of revenue for our downtown, I mean, not revenue, but tax based in our downtown, and our grand list is only increased by 0.03%. I guess I'm not following where it is. We've had all this growth, but none of it's turned into a grand list. Please explain.
So if you look at that first set of numbers, when we started the TIF district, established the TIF district in 2011, we had to establish what's known as the excuse me, the original taxable value. And that was 33,514,500. In the grand list for 23, the grand list of 23, which is the resources that are attributed for the fiscal year 24, it was in the town 666,437,504. And that is a growth of almost 100% over what it was. Well, it's 32,752,004 more than what it was in 2011. And so that's the growth that we've had in the area that is the designated White River Junction downtown. It generally covers all of the area and historical area of the downtown, plus Pine Street going over all the way over to the state line.
So I guess all this growth within the TIF district is great. How much of this growth has been not-for-profit growth?
I'm not following your question. I'm sorry.
Is any of this valuation? I mean, this is all taxable, you're saying? None of it's nonprofit?
That's the valuation. That's the valuation of the growth in the district. The overall growth is established based on taxable and non-taxable. It measures what was existed in 2011, of which some of that might have been nonprofit. Some of it was profit and went to nonprofit, but most of it, like for example, there was the building where Trailbreak used to be. Okay, so that building, okay, that building was a nonprofit at the time that we went into in the TIF district in 2011. That is now a property that is no longer nonprofit, and so we're garnering funds from that in terms of increased valuation. That's an example. So it's on both sides. You have a little bit of it, but most of it is not. Most of it is for profit that taxes are being paid on.
Where is it within this document that I see that? Because I'm not seeing it.
Well, there are. I'm trying to understand. So in this document, it's based on information that has been provided. That looks at the grand list, and I can get that information for you separately. I don't know if Rick is still in the building at the meeting, but I don't have, unfortunately, I don't have that with me here at home. I don't have what is called the growth. And so what you're seeing here is the taxable taxes that are being garnered on an annual basis. That is 702,000. That's what in 2024 are the new taxes that came into the district that did not exist before. And that's only 75% of them. 25% of them are going into the general fund. So that's a lot of money on an annual basis that is being generated from the growth in the district.
So why is our grand list still at 0.03%?
I don't know what you're speaking to about the 0.03%.
Lenny's asking about Rick's estimate.
Right, and Rick is looking at the entire, he's looking at the entire town. He's not looking just at the TIF district of White River Junction. So I can't speak to the rest of that.
So much. You're saying we've had so much growth in the TIF district where we've had, I just don't understand why it is that we don't see this growth in the TIF district transfer over into our grand list value.
25% of the growth in the TIF district goes into the general fund. 75% of it goes into a special fund to pay for the improvements that we've been doing in the downtown. That's all these stuff on the South Main, North Main, Gate Street, the parking lot, the reconstruction of Prospect Street, the reconstruction of Courier Street. All of those improvements are things that have been done as a result of the additional revenue that has been generated just in the small district there, and it can only be spent there.
Sounds like your question's really for Rick.
I just don't understand. I just don't understand how we can have such a low grand list value when we've increased the value of the TIF district by so much.
The TIF district is, if you look at it in the size of the TIF district, it is maybe 1/30th of the size of the entire town. It's a very small portion of the town.
And the way I understand growth working is it compounds, and Kim brought up that this 0.03% is only 1 year's difference, whereas what Lori's referring to is over 13 years.
Well, from 2011 to 2024.
Right, 13.
So that could be the difference in most of it.
And if I may, Lori, correct me if I'm wrong, but that 75%, or for this year, the $700,000, we're able to maintain to do those projects in the TIF district. Otherwise, it would have gone to the state. Is that correct, Lori?
Well, yeah, well, portion of that, the 440, yeah. So that would have gone to the state, but because we have a TIF district, we're able to pull those funds from the education fund into our TIF district. The idea is that, but for us doing this extensive process to do public infrastructure, which then supports the private sector development, you would have limited or no development coming through in the manner in which we have over the course of those years.
I guess it's something I have to take up with Rick to get a better.
So if you, certainly if you have questions, I can do that offline. You can come into the office and we can talk about it. One of the things I can point to you, for example, if you look on page 2, you will see a list of all of the funds that we have been able to borrow through loans and the payments that we have been making to them that have enabled us to do the infrastructure improvements that we have done. And that is a testament to say of all of those improvements, and we have been paying on these bond issues, and we're able to collect those funds into the future in order to retire these bond funds as a result of all the money that has been collected with the growth.
So Laura, I think that John can follow up with Lanny on the question, I think. So Kim had a question.
Yeah, Lori, I have 2 questions. One, could you just give us an update of what funds are remaining in the timeline of, like, are there any TIP funds that we can still allocate for projects, or have we used them all?
No, we still have some funds that we can allocate. That is, and we have to do that before we have to act. But our ability to do this concludes in March of 2026. So
Okay,
we will have to obligate additional funds by that time.
Do you have an idea of how much is left?
Oh, it's just a little bit under 1.3.
1.3 million. Okay. And then do you think that, so with whatever the timeline is that we have going for TIP so far, with the reevaluation that is in place right now, is that going to give the TIF revenue any kind of bump? Like, so what, like there's residential and commercial properties in the TIF district. So when we get the new grand list values in April, will that impact the TIF revenue at all?
It could. So one of the things that we'll do is once we have the new valuations, and as I always do, I periodically do an kind of a rebalancing of where are we based on where we thought we would be. And that's something we would do once we have that information.
Okay.
But it's hard to say. I mean, there's always a projection of growth that I do in the rebalancing. And over the last 13 years, it hasn't, well, actually, we didn't start collecting until 2014. But over the last 10 years, we've been pretty close on what our projected growth would be. And even when we've had a period of time where we know the valuations were undervalued, we kind of, we're pretty spot on with it. And in fact, a little bit ahead of the game because there are areas that we anticipated, we didn't anticipate the level at which it would redevelop. So.
Okay, and then, and presumably, do you have proposals for what will be put forth for the remaining funds?
That is something that we're going to have to make some decisions about, what the money will go for. And that is something I'll have to be bringing before you. Once we have, I have to also go through an evaluation of all our projects right now. We're finishing up a bunch of them. If there are some funds that are left over, then I'll be going back to the VIII board for them to give authorization to reallocate those to other projects that are not yet completed.
Thank you. There's one hand up.
Okay, we'll hear from the person online, then we'll take a motion for no more questions.
Go ahead, Eric.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. Eric Kraus. I'm a Hartford resident. Thank you for the report, Director Hirschfield. One quick question, and I know you're at home, so if you don't have this information at your fingertips, I understand, but the net of 21 new jobs caught my eye, and I was wondering if you had more information that you could share about that. For example, what business sectors that's in.
So I actually could, if you go onto one of the pages there that is reported as part of this, most of it I would say is in your retail. These are codes. I can get that information more specific to you. It's a net, so there were actually 25 jobs created for lost arts, in the arts community and in the retail community. That seems to be the highest that we did have in here, just in general. I do have a breakdown of that. It's tied to the NAICS codes, so they're very, very broad categories. But just recollection, that's really mostly what it was. In the field of arts, like a masseuse, something could be like that, and then retail. Those were the biggest ones.
Interesting. And how does that compare with other years that the district has been enrolled in TIF?
I'd have to do a little bit more of a comparison. I know that there was a period of time over the last few years where we had a smaller growth in jobs. And then there were periods in the earlier years of this where it might have been about the same, but 21's a pretty good number for a year.
I think it is. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Also, I'll take a motion to accept the TIF report.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
I move that the select board accept the fiscal year 2024 TIF annual report to be sent to the Vermont Economic Progress Council and authorize the town manager to make any minor changes and to sign the certification form.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second from Mary. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thanks, Lori.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you go.
Get some rest now.
Thank you.
All right, next item's a quick. This is signatory authority. We've seen this before. John, I know Gail's not here. Anything you want to tell us, or pretty straightforward?
No, I think it's pretty straightforward. We've heard from Gail that the Vermont Bond Bank and US Bank have updated their procedures for reimbursement requests and callbacks, and they've also required the updated list of individuals authorized by the select board to execute on those documents and in the future. And so Gail has recommended that for signatory on reimbursements, Michael Hoyt as the chair, Joe Major as the treasurer, John Haverstock as the town manager, and for callbacks, Gail Ostrout, Florentina Rollins, and Carrie in finance be authorized to respond to those calls.
Just a quick question, because I don't know any better. There's no conflict or problem with a Vermont senator being a town treasurer?
No, in fact, I did ask that specific question of VLCT,
Okay.
and the answer is no. It's
Okay,
not.
great.
It's not an inconsistent office at all.
All right, thank you.
Other questions, John? I'll take a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that the select board authorizes the following individuals for Vermont Bond Bank and US Bank reimbursement requests and callbacks. For signatory on reimbursements, Michael Hoyt, Joseph Major, and John Haverstock. And for callbacks, Gail Ostroud, Florentina Rollins, and Carrie Sabodo.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Mary. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Commission reports. Kim, anything?
I do not.
Brandon, anything?
I don't.
Mary?
Nope.
Heather?
No.
Manny?
No.
I have nothing. Before we get to the consent agenda, John, we put off the executive session once before. What's the urgency?
It's time sensitive because it involves the timing of the potential decision to hire Chief Sheldon's successor, and Chief Sheldon is leaving us at the end of the month.
Okay, we'll take the motion for the consent agenda. Manny?
You want to do it, Kim?
Go ahead.
Make a motion, we approve the AP manifest of 1/31/2025 and 2/6/2025. Skip the payroll ending 2/1/2025. Approve meeting minutes of 1/21/2025. And that's it. Oh, future meetings, 2/18/2025, 2/24/2025. Budget candidates night, 2/25/25 and 3/1/2025. Town and school district meeting.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second.
I'll second.
A second from Kim. Any discussion? Hey, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All righty, we have an executive session. It'll be quick, right, John?
Yes, very quick.
Mr. Chair, I move we
Then-
find that premature general public knowledge would clearly place this body or persons involved in a substantial disadvantage pursuant to 1 VSA section 313A1.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chair,
Yep. Manny?
I move to discuss a potential contract and or appointment or employment of a public officer or employee pursuant to 1 VSA section 313A1 A and 1 VSA section 313A3.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second.
I'll second.
Okay, second by Kim. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, we're in executive session.
Oh, that's a good question. Bring your parka. Usually is.
I have signed things. I was
Oh.
waylaid.
Okay.
What?
Oh, that's true.
I'll just put one of my many.
It's a no dozing rule we have, yes.
John,
We've got 'em here.
short and sweet, right?
Yes, I will.
Okay, it's short.
Right.
Sorry, guys, that's real jelly.
Of course, you did that 2 weeks ago, and that's why we didn't do it then.
Really?
Yes. Oh. The three?
No, four.
These are the ways. One, and I think that's it, because Mike signs the other one. Thanks a lot. Tight lips tonight, people, yes?
All right, I'll take a motion.
I move to come out of executive session.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Ida. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yeah, non-debatable.
All right, we are out of executive session.
To adjourn?
We didn't take any action in
sorry.
executive session. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right,
Do we have a second?
so I'll second.
Second, Kim. All those in favor say aye.
Aye, non-debatable.
Do you want the space
Not
meter
available.
off?
I will turn it off.
Yeah, that's non-debatable.
It's out of here.
I refuse
Did
myself
everybody-
to vote to
That
adjourn.
went a lot better